blow dry, a little bit of pomade, and then the secret ingredient is at the end, I sprinkle on Kevin McCarthy's tears. And if you use that at just the right moment, you get the elevation.
It's downtime. Dom's your downer. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I am a dad, as you know, 3 amazing kids. And as a dad, I can tell you what Dad wants this Father's Day. He doesn't want a tie. We don't want sweaters. We don't want golf shirts. We want steaks, baby. That's what our dads want. That's what I want. Steaks from Omaha Steaks. A world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. And this Father's Day, the experts at omahasteaks.com have made it so easy for you. omahasteaks.com. Use my name, Zioli, at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. I'm talking about endless flavor, endless variety, endless value. Truly the best of the best. Better than any of those low-energy steaks you can get in the grocery store. Use my name, Zioli, for exclusive savings at checkout. So go to omahasteaks.com, put in my name, Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I, because if there's one thing Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. Take it from this dad, omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I was proud to be a soldier.
I told the truth and got kicked out.
And so I thought to myself, I'm taking this rule down.
If you're an LGBTQ+ veteran, your memories are important too. Share your story with the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, where first-hand accounts from U.S. military veterans are preserved and made accessible for researchers and future generations. Visit loc.gov/vets to submit your stories, photographs, and documents today.
I'm Ainsley Earhart.
I'm Trey Gowdy.
I'm Madison Allworth, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Is the former president's criminal trial in Manhattan getting political now, or has it been all along? Your lens may depend on your politics.
I think that argument is going to be made regardless of what the Biden campaign does.
I'm Dave Anthony. The concern about Iran keeps growing as its nuclear stockpile keeps growing. Now closer than ever to being able to build a weapon.
The concern that I have is we're not deterring Iran. And we need to make it much more clear to them that we would take action if they were to finalize these steps to become a nuclear state. And they've got to believe us.
I'm Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Trial wasn't even over. Closing arguments were underway when the Biden-Harris campaign decided to speak from outside the courthouse in Manhattan, where former President Trump's been on trial.
Donald Trump wants to destroy not only the city, but the country, and eventually he could destroy the world.
Actor Robert De Niro spoke, as did two former police officers who were members of the Capitol Police Department on January 6th. Harry Dunn and Michael Fanone. Dunn's been tapped to campaign for President Biden as he runs for Congress in Maryland. Former President Trump's campaign spokesman Jason Miller reacted.
Why is Joe Biden now making this a campaign event after months of weaponizing the legal system against President Trump? Because Joe Biden's numbers are in the tank.
One reporter did in fact ask President Biden's campaign spokesman Michael Tyler why they were campaigning in Manhattan.
Because you all are here. We've been incessantly covering this day in and day out, and we want to remind the American people ahead of the next debate, of the first debate on June 27th, of the unique, persistent, and growing threat that Donald Trump poses to the American people and to our democracy. So since you all are here, we're here communicating that message, as we will do day in, day out until the debate in Atlanta.
Former President Trump spoke outside of the courtroom, as he has done throughout the trial.
But this is all election hunting, election interfering. It's going after Joe Biden's political opponent because he can't do it himself.
The former president's been insisting for weeks that the trial is politically motivated, blaming the DA's office, even the judge, for being politically biased against him. One of the prosecutors was a senior official in the Biden administration's Justice Department. But the move to campaign outside of court got mixed reviews.
You see a ton of frustration bubbling up to the surface with the Biden campaign and just the 24/7 news focus that has been this trial, in terms of having all these producers, reporters in the hearing room reporting every single detail.
Democratic strategist and 2020 Biden campaign surrogate Kevin Walling.
And an inability to kind of cut through that noise with the reelect campaign. President's traveling, today to Philadelphia with the vice president. And you've seen other previous campaign trips kind of just overshadowed by all the oxygen being sucked out of the room with this trial. So I think going to where the reporters are, we brought some surrogates there in terms of Robert De Niro and some of the police officers on the scene of January 6th. And again, we'll see if that has broken through to a little bit of the noise around this trial.
Kevin, does it run the risk, though, of furthering what the former president's been saying all along, that this is a political prosecution of him? Like, if you don't want it to have any political, shade on it, then do you stay away entirely? Should the Biden campaign stay away entirely to sort of take away that argument?
I think that argument is going to be made regardless of what the Biden campaign does. And this has been the core argument behind what the former president has been saying, that he's a political, a prisoner, being prosecuted because he's leading, the leading candidate on the Republican side. So I think Americans are going to view it through that lens if you're a Donald Trump supporter. And again, we've got to try to get our message out. We got to tight polls in each of these battleground states, nationwide polls, all within the margin of error for the most part. And we've got to figure out a way to communicate. And we'll see if that also, with the verdict either this week or early next week, or the upcoming first president debate that we're now well within inside a month of, if that can kind of flip the script in terms of the coverage.
I want to bring into the conversation here Colin Reed, founder of South and Hill Strategies, Republican strategist. Colin, thanks for joining us. I want to run this Quinnipiac poll by you. Among registered voters, they were asked if you were more or less likely to vote for former President Trump if he's convicted. 11% said more likely to vote for him. 21% said less likely. 65% said a conviction wouldn't make any difference. And among Trump supporters, it's a little bit different, right? It narrows it, and 24% say they'd be more likely to vote for the former president, with only 6% saying they'd be less likely. But that's obviously among Trump supporters. At the very least, though, it sounds like whether you're a registered voter or a Republican voter, is a conviction somewhat of a significant problem for the former president?
Well, is becoming a convicted felon a helpful thing to anyone at any point in life? Probably not. And I think certainly applies to someone seeking the highest office in the land. But here, I think, is the issue, Jess. On the one hand, you've got the great unknown of what happens if he's convicted and how it plays out. And we can debate that till the cows come home, and data will say one thing and others will say certain things, et cetera, et cetera. But on the other hand, if he doesn't get convicted, it's pretty clear what's going to happen. is this is going to be rocket fuel to his campaign, because this is, and I do agree with one thing Kevin said, that no matter what the Biden campaign or anybody else does, this is going to be viewed by voters through the lens of partisan politics. And when you've got a liberal DA in liberal New York City, in liberal New York State, prosecuting the former president of the United States, potentially the future president of the United States, on charges that back in the day, back in April of 2023, were dismissed left, right, and center by legal critics, Democrats, as being extremely flimsy, then people they know they can see it for what it is. So the idea that this is going to be seen as anything but partisan is not realistic. I think the Biden campaign has made a huge strategic error in just ceding the airwaves to President Trump and his surrogates over the last few weeks. All voters have heard, all viewers have seen, is people out there trashing this case.
On that point, Colin, and we just talked about this with Kevin, especially if there's conviction, what does that leave voters with when former President Trump insists this trial, and others for that matter, are politically motivated? Like, how does that shift his insistence? Because there might be some independents out there and other crucial swing voters who are like, but you were convicted.
Well, let's set that aside for a second and let's focus on the known. The known is you got two candidates who are widely known, widely disliked, and that transcends both party lines. And we've seen this play out before in 2016 and in 2020. In 2016, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton was even more unpopular than he was. In 2024, we've got Joe Biden, whose numbers amongst independents, swing voters, amongst Black, Hispanic voters, amongst anyone who cares about the future of the economy are absolutely cratering. Now, Kevin and other surrogates can say, well, the numbers aren't as bad as they appear, and maybe that's true, but they still aren't good. And you've got two people who are well known to the American public vying for this office. And I think that is less about persuading people that one is better and more about voters determining which one of these they can stomach more.
Yeah, Kevin, the president is struggling. Last month, Gallup said his approval rating stood at 38.7% in his 13th quarter, and that ended April 19th. Gallup points out no one's had a lower rating at this point in their presidency, going back to Eisenhower. And as you know, Nate Silver, the pollster statistician, recently said that if Biden is struggling like this in August, he really does need to consider stepping aside, and that shouldn't be taboo to talk about. Is it still taboo to talk about it?
Well, it's taboo to talk about because it's not going to happen. Joe Biden's the nominee of the party and has a majority support among Democrats. And I think, Colin makes some excellent points, and we're mostly in agreement. I mean, you see a Biden campaign, eager to make this a two-person race, put the ball back in the former president's court by challenging him back to that debate that's going to happen in less than a month. Because you see in some of these polls, a lot of the population still doesn't think Donald Trump is the Republican nominee. And we saw massive voter turnout in 2020, the highest in 100 years, directly as a result of Donald Trump. Either you loved him and were devoted to him, and he got more Republican votes than any other Republican president in history. Joe Biden got 8 million more votes than that, of course, breaking all the records. And that was a direct reflection of Donald Trump. So we're going to run a positive campaign. President's out there, obviously today, campaigning in Philadelphia, talking about infrastructure, talking about healthcare, talking about Roe versus Wade. But at the end of the day, it's this contrast message and this eagerness to take the fight to Donald Trump in this two-person race that's going to play out over the next 5 months.
Colin, let me ask you, this Politico piece says Democratic operatives, so this is an anonymous article, right? They say they're in full-blown freak-out mode. A pervasive fear has settled in at the top of the Biden campaign. One person said, this isn't, oh my God, Mitt Romney might become president. It's, oh my God, the democracy might end. And Robert De Niro said that essentially too on Tuesday during the campaign event outside of the courthouse, that Trump is going to be this dictator, that he won't leave if he gets back in. Is that to your point about harping on the negative and showing not how great I am, but how terrible the other option is, and does that argument work as we get closer and closer to actual voting?
Look, some of that rhetoric is a bit overwrought in my judgment. I mean, Donald Trump, whatever you want to say about him, he left office last time. And to think that he's just going to stay there after what he went through before seems a bit hyperbolic. But that's what Democrats can use to scare up their voters and get people out to the polls. That's politics. I get it. To me, if I were a Democratic voter, where I would be really concerned is not about where my candidate stands in the polls, or where the numbers are, and whether or not he's down by 14 points in Nevada, as the New York Times would suggest. To me, the bigger issue is can their guy at the age of 81 go out there and carry a message and put the energy and vigor into this campaign that's required.
I guess finally for both of you, some preemptive reaction here to the president's team saying that he will react to the verdict from the White House. I guess we're getting word of that in a report that even before we have a verdict, that the president is promising to react. Why are we hearing about that? Why does that matter? Kevin, you first.
Because I think, one of the core arguments of why the president ran Joe Biden was to restore, faith in our society, faith in government. And I think he's going to react either way to this news and extol the virtues of an independent judiciary, of a trial by peers, of, let's not forget, there was a grand jury that indicted the former president, not just in this case, but a handful of other ones as well. These are all American citizens who've said, we believe Donald Trump is at least guilty on some of these charges, enough to bring the evidence to trial. So the president has focused like a laser beam on trying to restore some hope, some thought to, the institutions of our government. And I guarantee you that's what this speech, regardless of the verdict, is going to focus on.
Yeah, look, I think he has no choice but to react. It's going to be the biggest news cycle of the week, the month, the year. He's the president of the United States. There is a sense right now that there's a shrinking presidency. The bully pulpit is not something that Joe Biden has necessarily made good use of, and he's running out of road to do it. We're sitting here in late May. We're soon to be the 5-month mark. He can't just let events. He can't just be a bystander in these events. He's got to get out there and try and shape the conversation. At some point, this needs to feel like a regular campaign. We had 2020 and okay, it was a lockdown year. Things were different then, and maybe that was the way it was a way for him to use the strategy he used. I just don't think that voters are going to be okay with the guy who holds the office he's trying to hold for another 4 years, just sitting by flight idle as the world as world events matriculate. He's got no choice but to react to it. But then again, then you're in the mud. Then you're fighting with Donald Trump, and I'm not sure that's a battle Joe Biden's equipped to win.
Kevin Walling, Colin Reed, thank you, gentlemen, both so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you, Jess.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. I am Judith Krepnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. Our last new 2023 XC90 T8 is available for purchase, and the savings is huge. Save $12,867 off of the suggested retail.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Jury deliberations begin today in Donald Trump's hush money trial. 5 teenagers have been arrested after police say they stole a car and were involved in a deadly hit and run in North Philly. And the producer of The Godfather, Albert Ruddy, has died at the age of 94.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, May 29th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Today's the day the jury in the hush money trial of former President Donald Trump will be given their instructions and then handed the case for deliberations. It was a marathon session of closing arguments yesterday that lasted from morning until night. President Biden takes part in a campaign event today in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, along with Vice President Harris for a Black Voters for Biden-Harris rally. And testimony resumes in the corruption trial of U.S. Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey. Menendez accused of accepting bribes of cash and gold bars to benefit himself and the Egyptian and Qatari governments. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
John, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, sir?
Rocky III, The Eye of the Tiger.
By the way, John, what's your favorite Rocky movie of all time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Rocky V with Tommy Gunn.
That might be one of the worst films of all time.
I thought my controversial take was Rocky IV.
First Rocky.
Right. Dawn, you're in the majority, I think. I think most people do believe the first is the best.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick. It goes in descending order. Is that correct? 4, 3, 2, 1? Yeah.
Pretty close to that, yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com. And step up to the 5th C, COZZI.
The plumbing experts at Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating are here to help. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A major milestone for the NASDAQ Tuesday. The index up 99 to close over 17,000 for the first time ever. The official close more than 17,019. The S&P 500 up a little bit more than the point. The Dow was down 217. T-Mobile is buying U.S. Cellular's wireless operations and about 30% of U.S. Cellular's spectrum assets for $4.4 billion. And Hess shareholders have approved that company's purchase by Chevron for $53 billion. U.S. consumer confidence rose unexpectedly in May after 3 straight months of declines. The conference board said the May rating was 102, up from 97.5 in April. Analysts were expecting a decline. And we'll get earnings reports today from Dick's Sporting Goods, Chewy, and Abercrombie & Fitch. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's yet another worry about Iran. Will it build a nuclear weapon? A new report from the UN's watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, indicates Iran has built up its biggest stockpile yet of nuclear fuel. Republicans are pointing a finger at President Biden. Senator Tom Cotton tells Fox.
Under Joe Biden, we've had nothing but sanctions reliefs and hostage payments to Iran while it continues to fund Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorists all across the region.
Democrats have blamed the decision President Trump made years ago, pulling the U.S. out of an international Iran nuclear deal, as provoking Iran, which has stopped fully cooperating with international nuclear inspectors. And even though Iran claims its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes like energy, the agency's leader, Rafael Grossi, has warned that Iran already has enough uranium enriched to almost weapons-grade level to build multiple bombs.
I think we should be very concerned. Look, Iran is a nuclear threshold state.
Dan Hoffman is a retired CIA clandestine services officer, now a Fox News contributor.
And remember, there are no cameras anymore. Iran refused to allow reinstallation of monitoring equipment, which was removed back in June of 2022. So whatever we think is going on there, it's probably only a fraction of what's really going on. There's some minimal recorded data since June of 2022, very small amount of data from a centrifuge workshop in the city of Isfahan, which listeners may recall was bombed by Israel recently. That's back from May of 2023. So there's a paucity of data here. But what we do know, based on the IAEA report, as you noted, is that the current stockpile stands at over 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium. That's a lot. That means that if Iran chose to weaponize, they could produce a number, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 nuclear weapons in the first month, and maybe enough for 10 by the end of the second month. So they look like a state that is pursuing a nuclear weapon. And if I were sitting back at CIA right now, I would expect the White House to ask that very question. What are Iran's plans and intentions? Are they really pursuing a nuclear weapon? And it certainly looks to all of us like they are.
Okay, so I see these percentages and numbers. A lot of this uranium enrichment is at 60%. Now, all the stories say that's just a technical step away from weapons grade, which is 90%. How close really is 60 and 90? Because it's hard for us to understand all this stuff. We're not scientists.
It sounds like a lot if you're taking a college exam. But in fact, going from 60% to 90% is a relatively short and easy procedure. It's getting to 60% that's the scientific challenge. So that's why Iran is a nuclear threshold state.
Okay. Now, there is a board meeting for the IAEA in June. And France and Britain are pushing for Iran to be censured. The Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. is pushing back on our allies, not wanting them to provoke and confront Iran over this enrichment. Is that a good or a bad idea in your opinion?
Yeah, I think we need some clarification from the United States government, perhaps at the next press briefing. White House spokesperson John Kirby might be able to expound on this. What we've been doing is neither pursuing a diplomatic solution nor effectively penalizing Iran. And if you think that things are bad right now in the Middle East, imagine if Iran had nuclear weapons and what that would mean for their support to proxy terrorists seeking to drive us out of the region and eliminate Israel off the face of the earth.
Now, the U.S. pressuring our allies comes at a time where there's uncertainty in Iran. We had just last week a helicopter crash that killed Iran's President Raisi. There's an interim president. There's an election coming up, a parliament that just came into power. So is it smart for the U.S. to hold off a little bit on pressuring Iran, considering the uncertainty there?
I don't think there's as much uncertainty in the near term as some might believe. Iran's domestic and foreign policy has always been determined by the Ayatollah. And it was the President Raisi, the late President Raisi, who was carrying out the Ayatollah's wishes. And I don't expect anything to change even after the next election in Iran. So I think that we need to be acting with some alacrity on this issue. This is not like the fine wine that you might enjoy over a Memorial Day weekend with your family, getting better with age. This one's looking pretty bad on the near term.
So you think that there is going to be another ally of the supreme leader like Raisi who will take over?
At this point, we'll see what happens with the election in around 50 days. But the current acting president is exactly what Raisi was, a hardliner. And I don't expect anything different down the line. And again, I have to emphasize the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is a hardliner, obviously, and he's going to ensure that his domestic and foreign policies carry forth. That means repressing his own people, draconian laws about women wearing hijab, and it also means denial of basic human rights to his people, and then support for their proxy terrorists, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and proxy terrorists in Iraq. That's what we're looking at. And so that combined with Iran's nuclear program, their ballistic missile program, it's those three things. It's their support for terrorism, the ballistic missile program, and a nuclear program that really should cause the United States and our allies grave concern.
Yeah, we've been dealing with, obviously, Hamas with the war in Gaza, the Houthis with their attacks on ships in and around the Red Sea. Israel did take out some Iranian military leadership in Syria. There was the retaliatory strike where Iran launched missiles at Israel, didn't go anywhere. Is that going to be escalated anymore, or do you think that incident is over?
Well, it's hard to predict, but that attack from Iran, 300 roughly cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones, it was a tactical success to shoot them all down, but a strategic failure that we allowed it to happen in the first place, because for the first time in history, Iran launched a massive attack on Israel from their own territory. So that genie is out of the bottle, and down the road, we have to be prepared that Iran might choose to do that again. And whether we could respond the way we did this the first time, is an open question. But this is, again, that was a very brazen attack from Iran, and that, coupled with all of the other threats that we've listed that Iran poses to the region and beyond, is a reason to take this seriously with our allies and take more serious action.
Where are we on the nuclear agreement? Obviously, President Trump pulled the U.S. out of the international nuclear agreement that President Obama's administration had signed with Iran. The Biden administration has been trying to revive it. It's seemingly gone nowhere. Do we still try, or is that done?
Well, the Biden administration came into office with a policy of a, quote, longer and stronger deal with Iran. That was wishful thinking. I think that was seeing the world as you wished it were rather than as it was. But there's never been any movement on a new nuclear deal. It's, by all accounts, from everyone I talked to, there's no movement and it's dead. So if there's no diplomatic off-ramp here and Iran is continuing to pursue a nuclear program, then the obvious question is, where do we go from here? What's the plan? I think the Biden administration would like to avoid an all-out war in the Middle East before the election in November, but sometimes our enemies don't play by our timetable.
What do you think the U.S. should do?
We have to drive up the cost to Iran of pursuing their nuclear program, and there's all sorts of things that you can do about that. Israel has used covert action targeting Iranian scientists and the weapons program with kinetic strikes. There's that for sure that you can be thinking about. The Iranians need to believe that if they did pursue a nuclear weapon, we would stop them. The Biden administration has stated publicly that we will not allow Iran to become a nuclear state. Well, Iran has to believe that, and we haven't done a good job of deterring our enemies. We didn't deter Russia from invading Ukraine, or Hamas from attacking Israel, or Iran from launching those 300 strikes, against Israel. The concern that I have is we're not deterring Iran, and we need to make it much more clear to them that we would take action if they were to finalize these steps to become a nuclear state. And they've got to believe us. That's the other part of this. And I don't know whether we can do that. We would rely on our intelligence community to collect on whether the Iranians actually believe whatever statements the Biden administration is making.
What would Israel do? I mean, Israel has said, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, has said they will not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I mean, obviously, they have, as you've referred to, they've had their own strikes inside Iran before related to this nuclear program. Would there be more?
Well, and Israel famously destroyed Iraq's and Syria's nuclear programs. They took strikes on those sites. So, look, this is a crisis in the making, and in some ways it's different than another crisis in the past, but we can see this one, and the question is whether we do something about it before real harm is caused. That's the question, because neither Israel, and I believe, nor the United States, nor our allies in the region, Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, no one wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. But the question is, what are we going to do about it, and how much time do we have to do something about it before it becomes a fait accompli? And then what are we looking at that point? Strikes from Israel, from the United States? I mean, this is, again, a crisis that we can see on the horizon, and it's something we all need to be tracking closely.
How does Iran, if it ends up with a weapon, how does it announce it to the world?
I don't know that they need to announce it to the world. They may never announce it to the world. They don't need to do that. They could certainly have a weapon and never announce it. Israel has never publicly acknowledged that they have a nuclear weapons capability. So I don't know that they would need to do that. It would be known. Israel and the United States would probably, our intelligence services would collect on that and would know that Iran has that capability. And then we're in crisis mode. And that's a dangerous time.
Dan Hoffman, retired CIA clandestine services officer, Fox News contributor. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Attention, Father's Day is June 16th. Do you have a gift ready? Don't worry. Just get Dad something from Untuckit, the official outfitters of Father's Day. Dads love Untuckit shirts designed to be worn untucked in wrinkle-free and performance plus our perfect fitting pants, Henleys, polos, and more. They're the gifts he'll wear over and over, and he can wash and dry everything at home. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at Untuckit.com or at 80-plus stores. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The jury in former President Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York expected to begin deliberations today. It was a day of marathon closing arguments yesterday. Fox's Nate Foy has more on defense lawyer Todd Blanche's summation.
Blanche asserts there's no evidence that Trump falsified business records. He also reminded the jury that former Trump aide Hope Hicks testified that Trump worried about his family and his wife Melania when the Daniels story resurfaced.
Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. Outside the courthouse, actor and activist Robert De Niro held a news conference saying the former president is a threat to the world, America, and New York.
He'll use violence against anyone who stands in the way of his megalomania and greed.
Trump responding afterward on Truth Social, calling De Niro a wacko. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The basketball world lost a legend on Monday. Bill Walton, a 2-time college basketball national champion and a 2-time NBA champion, died at the age of 71 following a prolonged battle with cancer, the NBA announced. Walton was a star for John Wooden's UCLA Bruins for 3 seasons and was a 3-time National Player of the Year. After being selected first overall in the 1974 NBA draft, Walton dealt with multiple foot injuries during his professional career, but was named the MVP of the league for the 1977-78 season and won NBA championships with the Portland Trail Blazers and the Boston Celtics. After his playing days, Walton became a legendary broadcaster. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
From a league standpoint is why I'm thrilled, going back to what Roger Goodell said, that he brought this up, Hutton, is the fact that it's okay to have diversity of thought, and we're not going to punish that. And he's not doing anything to affect the bottom line of the league. There's not going to be any type of negative backlash on television viewership because of Harrison Butker.
And if that were in response to Colin Kaepernick and whatever's going on, diversity of thought and opinion goes on both sides of the argument. And if you want Colin Kaepernick to have that type of freedom, which he does, Harrison Butker gets that too.
Colin Kaepernick, if he went out and spoke on different things and spoke to I don't know, Antifa or whoever, like whatever group he wanted to talk to, right at the time, and said controversial things, and he got banned from the league for saying those controversial things, okay, then we can have the discussion, the comparison. But it's very different when you start to organize a league-wide protest. That's different than what Harrison Butker did. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. ConocoPhillips is said to be in advanced talks to acquire smaller rival Marathon Oil, according to the Financial Times. Adding Marathon would broaden Conoco's footprint in domestic shale fields from Texas to North Dakota. Shares of American Airlines tumbling this morning in the pre-market. The carrier cutting its profit outlook heading into the crucial summer travel season. Airlines have been trying to capitalize on strong demand coming out of the pandemic, even as high costs weigh on profitability. Add Amazon Fresh to the list of grocers who are rolling out the price cuts. Amazon Fresh is slashing prices by up to 30% on 4,000 grocery items. Target and Walmart have been stepping up discounts, giving relief to inflation-weary shoppers. Stocks started the trading week yesterday with a mixed session. The S&P finished little changed, with the Dow dropping 217 points. Now this morning, futures are looking at a lower open. Dow futures down 180 points. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't walk around with T-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any maker model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Kids 14 and under should lace up their sneakers for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases following the Padres-Phillies game Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, May 29th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Anthony Torenzo, our associate producers. It's a hump day. Tony Bruno joining us at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you as well, Gregory.
Yeah, buddy.
I don't know what that weather was yesterday, but if I could replicate that for another 364 days in a row, that'd be beautiful.
A little too windy for me.
I enjoyed the gusts.
Yeah, no.
Goldilocks over here.
I know. Hair just blowing in the breeze.
Yeah.
As he's out there doing his mulching. How's that mulch coming along, by the way? Everything good?
Everything's good, man.
Grass is good.
Yeah, great. Yeah, good.
Dawn, you mow the lawn?
Good.
Nope.
Nope. Getting a little high?
I'm on a strike.
Oh, are you? All right. Care to give any details on the air? Any resistance being fought in the household? You will get out there and do that, lawn woman. Me and the boys have potato chips to eat and ball games to watch. Oh, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. Robert De Niro. Oh, man. I'll just leave it there with the big take. Joe's replacement poll. The numbers are growing. The candidates are growing. Could a swap happen between June and August? We'll get to those details as we continue. And Hillary Clinton comes out and says, ladies, you let me down 8 years ago. She still can't let it go. The Trump verdict looms. Closing arguments yesterday. We'll go through a couple of the key moments from Todd Blanche and also some of the theatrics inside the courtroom. And our old buddy, our old pal right here in the great state of Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, says, women's sports, not really worth fighting for. All right, Bob. We'll get to Bob in a little bit. And Gen Z picking up the slack within family households with part-time jobs to fight inflation. We'll get to that as well.
Weren't we just complaining about them yesterday, Kayal, weren't you?
They're hit or miss.
They're not, though.
The two-belt generation, thumbs up. The feelings, thumbs down.
Yeah.
Part-time job, thumb up.
Yeah.
It's 50-50 these days with this
Got
group.
it, yep.
I point out the good and the bad.
No, I hear you.
I try to be fair and balanced. Didn't Fox used to say that back in the day?
I think they still try and do.
Brett Baer?
They try and do.
Fair, balanced, and never afraid. As I put you to sleep from 6 to 7 p.m. But anyway, cut sheet at 7:45, Tony Bruno at 8:30, and much, much more. But let's get to the news. Round number one right out of the gate here at 6:04. The great on strike, Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Wednesday morning, May 29th. We're at 62 degrees. I'll tell you whether or not the forecast is as good as it was yesterday. Coming up, we are sponsored this morning by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. So we do have a developing story as we begin this morning. Multiple teenagers in custody this morning after a stolen vehicle fatally struck a motorcyclist. This happened in Philadelphia last night, Front Street, Hunting Park Ave, about 8 o'clock last night. Philadelphia police officers saying that a Kia SUV was driving north on Front Street, ran a red light, struck a motorcycle that was traveling west on Hunting Park Ave. That motorcycle driver, identified only as a man in his 40s, was pronounced dead at the scene. According to authorities, investigators say he did not appear to be wearing a helmet, which in Pennsylvania, it's not a law. You don't have to wear a helmet. However, there is surveillance video and there are images of the moments before the fatal crash. After the collision, the Kia continued down Front Street for about 1,000 feet before pulling over. The driver and other teens in the car then ran off on foot. That's according to investigators. But police were hot on their chase quickly after chasing these 5 juveniles on foot for about 2 blocks, caught them. They are all under arrest, underage. The driver of that Kia, by the way, is said to be a 17-year-old boy, 17. But they've all been taken into custody. 15 to 17 years old, 3 teen girls, and then another teenage boy, plus the 17-year-old driver.
You know, I don't know that it matters, but I would love to know if the individual driving the Kia actually had a driver's license. Not that that really means much, because even at 17 with a license, usually most kids are not great drivers. Secondly, not surprised it's a Kia. But I love the fact in Pennsylvania that we don't require the motorcycle helmet. But I've never driven a bike before or rode a bike before. I don't understand why some people don't take the precaution to wear a helmet. I'd love to hear from our biker crowd if they're out there as to, maybe in the YouTube chat, as to why people don't wear a helmet and take that, that extra precaution.
Yes, it's not the law. But as far as your question about the 17-year-old driver, whether or not he has a license, I can only tell you that the Kia was a stolen vehicle from Northeast Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps the teenagers are not worried. They're not worried about following the law, getting a license.
What is it about Kias that make it so easy? That make it so easy to steal?
I know it's always one of two models. It's either the Kia or the Hyundai.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, some of them, it went viral, and they've tried to have all the owners bring the vehicles back. But there's something about them that you can actually jumpstart it with a USB cord.
Wow.
Really?
I remember, back in the day, you'd hot wire the car, right? You go underneath, rip the panel out, put a couple of wires together, whoosh, little spark, and you start it. Yeah, you just bring a USB port.
Just bring a USB, hope it works.
Just bring an iPhone charger. You can swipe a car.
No, it's not for the brand new ones. They fixed the problem, and they're trying to say, go back to the dealership. They're going to fix it for you. Not everybody got that memo.
No.
So this was a stolen vehicle. And police are asking anybody with further information on this incident, call police. But they continue to track the stolen vehicle, find that owner, and all of that. But it was reported stolen. We have President Joe Biden and the Veep, Vice President Kamala Harris, together. And they're stepping up their reelection pitch to black voters, which they're launching a new black voter outreach effort during a visit to right here, Pennsylvania. We're the battleground state. We're where it's at. So the two are going to stop at Girard College, which, as you know, is an independent boarding school in Philadelphia, not so far from where we're broadcasting right here live, Odyssey World Headquarters in Philadelphia. But Girard College, a predominantly African-American student body, and they're also going to visit a small business to speak to members of the Black Chamber of Commerce. So they're coming here today, and this in light of, the latest polls. If you think of Biden's approval dropping from 94% when he started his term to just 55%, according to the latest Associated Press Newark Center for Public Affairs Research poll. And that poll was out, I think, a month and a half ago, but significant drop.
Yeah, they've lost about half of their base, at least in the polls.
We talked about teenagers in Philadelphia and teenagers down the shore yesterday. Just updating you in the Wildwoods and Ocean City. There are many meetings today to try to get to the bottom of the situation with the Utes gone wild. As far as Wildwood, their mayor and Ocean City as well down the shore releasing statements and talking about the fact that these are policies by Governor Phil Murphy and the Democrat-controlled legislature that do not work. Laws of the state tying the hands of police and calling on particularly Governor Phil Murphy to change the policies because they say these policies led to a weekend of chaos.
Democrats, policies, failures that don't work. Seems to be a common trend these days. Not surprised.
Well, it's cops that can't arrest kids.
Yeah.
That let them go with the warning, a slap on the wrist, and they know there's no consequences for their actions.
What's the point of being a cop in America in 2024 if you're basically relegated to being a mall security guard?
It's true.
Seriously. I always used to laugh 20 years ago when I was working at Foot Locker in the mall. I see a mall security guard. I'm like, this guy's got no ability to do anything. That's what our police do, and is now hamstrung with. Just they're going to tire themselves out. Let them go. Okay.
Maybe just give them a bulletproof vehicle and an extra camera so they could just record what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Get back in your vehicle.
Yep.
Just record all of it.
Yep.
I don't know what the answer is. The the Office of Governor Phil Murphy responding, saying that it's an overreaction.
Yeah, of course.
It was an overreaction, and it's being blown out of proportion. It's the news narrative they're claiming.
Right.
And that it would be unfair, particularly to the black and brown community, they say.
Yeah.
It would be unfair to jump to any conclusions or toughen up any of these laws.
Yeah, just keep it moving, Boomer.
The tornado did indeed touch down in Schuylkill County on Monday night, Memorial Day, as severe storms moved through our region. According to the National Weather Service, they have confirmed it was an EF1 tornado with maximum winds of 90 miles an hour. And so this one traveling northeast of several minutes before it did dissipate. But the crews were out there. They confirmed it was a tornado.
I'm going to have to find you this video, but there's a video of a golf cart at a golf course in Schuylkill County. To your point with the tornado and the 90-mile-an-hour gusts, The golf cart gets nobody was in it. It was just sitting idle in the parking lot, and it gets completely blown over. 90 miles an hour. Unbelievable.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, they can't blame a tornado because they were out west. The Phils, they lost 1-0 to the Giants.
No, what a riveting game. Can you imagine staying up?
10
innings that started at 9:40 last night. Can you imagine staying up for a 1-0 game?
Yeah, it's 12:45 in the morning and nobody scored a run. What am I doing with my life?
Oh, man. Brutal. You know you're a baseball fan if you're watching that hot mess.
Yeah.
Well, playing the Giants out west again today, facing a possible sweep. Hopefully not, but today would be the fourth loss if it happened today.
By the way, shout out to our sister station, Dave Uram over there on KYW, who does a great job for sports. He had sound clips of every Phillies player saying, "It's baseball.
It's baseball.
It's baseball.
It's baseball.
Amazing.
Right. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. It's just one of 162.
It's baseball.
It's baseball. It's baseball.
It's true. It is. It's May 28th or May 29th. But my God.
Yeah, if you ever get the chance to go out to that stadium, that on the bay, that place is gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
And then when you're done, you can go to Target and shoplift some toiletries and make a whole trip out of it.
It's a sin.
That's not actually in San Francisco proper, though, is it?
I don't think so.
No.
But you said yesterday that we just have horrible luck there. It's like a jinx.
Yeah.
It's a haunted place.
Yeah, they've been a pain in the butt for about 15 years now.
Yeah.
So we are sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is their season. They're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Island Punch smoothie for, did you know it's National Flip Flop Day? Grab your Nick Kayal.
Hey, Dawn, that's every day.
Kayal,
okay?
are you wearing them?
Oh, dear.
Is today Wednesday?
You're really wearing flip-flops?
Ew.
Well, here,
Oh.
wait. Put it up on the screen.
Where's that? There we go. There we go. Look at this.
There we go.
They're getting tan, too. My dogs are looking nice.
Woof. National Flip Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops. Head to your local cafe starting today, May 29th from 2 to 7. Terms and conditions apply. It's Tropical Smoothie Cafe, where it's 62 degrees right now, heading up to 78, but we could see storms later this afternoon. Tomorrow, 75 degrees, more clouds than sun for your Thursday. Friday, 76 degrees. A lovely Saturday, 82 degrees, mostly sunny. And then Sunday, 84, partly sunny. So a beautiful stretch once we get past today, hump day, as we do have some storms and showers moving through. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Styles CFO Services, The Big Take, Fear Factor, Dems, and Depression. You know, yesterday on Kayal and Company, I said for the first time ever on this show that if the election were held today, Donald Trump would be victorious. That prediction and statement was based off of following the money. It had little to do with the polls or last week's turnout for Trump with his rally in the Bronx. But yesterday, the Biden administration hit the panic button as the incumbent and his staff are in full freakout mode in Manhattan. Donald Trump's trial in New York resumed yesterday with closing arguments, and it's absolutely a sign of desperation and a knee-jerk reaction from Trump's Bronx support that they would pull the stunts that they did in the Big Apple. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is the fear factor? How about an 11? Why do I say that? Well, first of all, we found out early on Tuesday that the Biden camp would be once again going back to the Democrats of yesteryear and pulling out the big guns to drum up support, as Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Barack Obama have once again been called on to help salvage the sinking ship that is the big guy's re-election bid. Now, the 81-year-old Biden has resorted to using 80-year-old washed-up hack Robert De Niro to play his tired, stale, Italian mobster tough guy act. You know, I used to think that Joy Reid, Joy Behar, Rachel Maddow, Hillary Clinton, Howard Stern, and Keith Olbermann suffered from the most long-term symptoms of Trump derangement syndrome, but I now take that back. Nobody has it worse than Robert De Niro. And we've heard countless people over the years say that democracy will die if Trump gets reelected, or phrases such as, this will be the last election ever if Trump wins. He's never going to leave the White House. But Scarface, well, he takes it a step further. The government will perish from the earth if this man is reelected. Listen and watch this clip.
Under Trump, this kind of government will perish from the earth. I don't mean to scare you. No, wait, maybe I do mean to scare you. If Trump returns to the White House, you can kiss these freedoms goodbye that we all take for granted. And elections, forget about it. That's over. That's done. If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave.
For those not watching on YouTube, De Niro is literally reading from a typed-up script. He's flipping through a packet like it's the Kayal Company show sheet. But it didn't stop there. De Niro then proceeds to call Trump supporters clowns. Where have we heard that before? Maybe it was actually Kathy Hochul that sent Robert the email talking points. Listen and watch this.
But this city is pretty accommodating. We make room for clowns. We have them all over the city. People who do crazy things in the street, we tolerate it. It's part of the city. It's part of the culture. But not a person like Trump who will eventually run the country. That does not work, and we all know that. Anyway, we make room for clowns, to each his own. But no one takes him or took him really seriously. They take him seriously now, of course.
You might recall the story we mentioned a few weeks ago about washed-up wrestler and WWE legend Ric Flair blowing a gasket at a bar over his tab. And I said it's pathetic when someone who is a performer and an entertainer takes that character over into his real life. Robert De Niro just told the Nature Boy to hold his beer. Listen and watch this final act of desperation and despair.
Democrats, you are gangsters. You are gangsters. You're washed up. You.
You're a little punk. You're a softie. You're a nobody. Your movies suck. You're trash. You're trash. You're done. You're done after this guy's done. You're done.
That was De Niro getting into a shouting match with all sorts of curse words and expletives with a guy wearing a MAGA hat across the street from the Trump trial. Now, according to the Associated Press, the actor was given orders from the Biden campaign to focus on January 6th. De Niro also went on to call Trump a tyrant. Tyranny and mean tweets? Well, if that means cheaper groceries, cheaper gas, a safer country, no wars, law and order, men not being in women's locker rooms, sign me up. But the fear is real. And I think my timing of my Trump statement yesterday in regards to an election victory, if held today, was spot on. I can sense it, I can feel it, and I think the left knows it. Frank Luntz is a Republican pollster and a political consultant, and he tweeted the following in regards to a Politico column, and he says this, quote, "A pervasive sense of fear has settled in at the highest levels of the Democratic Party over President Joe Biden's re-election prospects, even amongst office holders and strategists who previously expressed confidence about the coming battle with Donald Trump." According to Politico, quote, the headline reads, Dems in full-blown freakout over Biden. One advisor to major Democratic donors keeps a running list of reasons that Biden could lose. And Politico writes the following, quote, all year, Democrats had been on a joyless and exhausting grind through the 2024 election. But now, nearly 5 months from the election, anxiety has morphed into palpable trepidation, according to more than a dozen party leaders and operatives. And the gap between what Democrats will say on TV or in print and what they'll text their friends has only grown as worries have surged about Biden's prospects. You don't want to be that guy who is on the record saying we're doomed, or the campaign's bad, or Biden's making mistakes. Nobody wants to be that guy, said a Democratic operative in close touch with the White House that was granted anonymity to speak freely. But Biden's stubbornly poor polling and the stakes of the election are, quote, creating the freakout, he said. This isn't, oh my God, Mitt Romney might become president. It's, oh my God, the democracy might end. Despite everything, Trump is running ahead of Biden in most battleground states. He raised far more money in April, and the landscape may only become worse for Democrats, with Trump's hush money trial concluding and another, this one involving the president's son, set to begin in Delaware, end quote. Here's the deal. I think more than anything from yesterday's meltdown by the Democrats and Robert De Niro's little hissy fit was the real admission that the left just made, that this prosecution or persecution is actually political. Here's Trump senior advisor Jason Miller in Manhattan. Listen and watch this.
Thank you, everybody. Jason Miller with the Trump campaign, here with Caroline Leavitt and Stephen Chung. So the Biden folks have finally done it. After months of saying that politics had nothing to do with this trial, they showed up and made a campaign event out of a Lower Manhattan trial day for President Trump. In fact, Biden's cronies had a printed out campaign sign saying Biden-Harris. So why the change? Why is Joe Biden now making this a campaign event after months of weaponizing the legal system against President Trump? Because Joe Biden's numbers are in the tank.
In the tank, up in flames, and going down the drain. And you can take this to the bank. If Joe Biden is an unmitigated disaster in the June 27th debate against Trump, the calls for Joe to be swapped out in August will reach code red levels. Not saying that it'll actually happen, but the urgency to make the change will only increase. Kamala, Gavin, maybe even Shapiro might want to start getting loose in the bullpen and doing some long toss because the starting pitcher is running on fumes and the pitching coach has already gone out to the mound once. The next visit will be from the skipper, and he might just give the hook to his ace. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Styles CFO Services. Styles CFO Services offers a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community, just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Have your voice heard and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get some thoughts on that. And then also the polling numbers when it comes to Joe Biden and how Democrats feel about the possibility of swapping out the big guy. We'll do that on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just about 2 months ago, stopped out to see my friends at Piazza Acura of Westchester. And as somebody who owned an Acura for 10 years, you have got to sample and give this vehicle a test drive. It is the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. I'm talking about the 2024 Acura Integra. Now, I was an Acura ILX owner for about 11 years almost, and the new Integra, by far, the most striking Acura I've seen. Well-equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless, Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and, of course, their premium 16-speaker audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra today in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, I look at you, oh, see the love there that's sleeping.
6:30 Wednesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and Company. As we continue here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the music playlist courtesy of our buddy Brian Kester, King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia. He donated $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And with that, you get a week's worth of musical rejoiners, courtesy of whatever Greg Stocker has in that system. How many of these songs do you have to search for, by the way?
A lot.
Yeah?
It's all good.
Yeah? So you're actually doing a little bit of work. It's not like you just gave it away.
No. It actually makes my job a little harder. But it's all good. It's all good. I enjoy it. And all the money goes to charity.
Yep.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Last week, it was the Travis Manning Foundation. I believe next week we'll have another selection from somebody who donated to the Travis Manning Foundation Radiothon as well.
That is correct. And also we have to give a little bit of a shout out to David Gelman Law, who will be sponsoring the Families of the Fallen bike event for Team Kayal.
Yeah.
Coming up on July 21st. So thank you very much, David Gelman. If you're in need of legal services, GelmanLawFirm.com. You might have seen David on Newsmax or Fox or some of other outlets. I think News Nation as well, as he's a criminal defense attorney, and he's been offering his legal analysis local here in Jersey on the Trump trial in Manhattan. So very cool guy, and David, we appreciate that very, very much. All right, so let's get to yesterday, and I've got some polling here from Rasmussen, courtesy of the Daily Wire, about a Biden replacement. Also, Todd Blanche and his closing argument, some of his key statements in his final remarks, and they're expecting this verdict hopefully by the end of the week, if not today, tomorrow, or Friday. I don't know if this is just, a blip on the radar and people will forget about this, but I'm sitting there and I'm seeing all of these clips of Robert De Niro. And it's like it's one thing if you're out there and you're just shooting from the hip and, you're told by the Biden administration or it's a favor or he's paid. I don't know how they arrange it, but he's obviously there on behalf of the Biden administration and railing against Trump. The Associated Press, and that's not just an accusation from me. The Associated Press legitimately said that De Niro received his orders from the Biden administration. But he's sitting there with a packet of papers, and he's reading the Hollywood script for the first time, and they're going through the walkthrough dress rehearsal before they start shooting the newest film. Now, Dawn, here's my question for the entire audience, and I'll start with you. I don't know, because we have seen the numbers. After Roe v. Wade, Republicans have lost every single election. I think the number's 0 for 9. And it could very well be 0 for 10 this fall on November 5th. But I'm wondering if the Biden administration thinks that abortion is not enough to carry them across the finish line. And think about what we have seen. You've seen Trump in the Bronx. You've seen the polling numbers. Joe is flat. Joe's numbers are not moving. Trump is widening leads. Then you've got freakouts from the mainstream media. People on The View, all these mainstream media shows. Hey, what celebrity that's black can we get on to try to push the vote and, bring the black vote back to the Democrat? Then, of course, you have James Carville freaking out. The spaghetti won't stick. The black people ain't coming home to the Democrat Party, as we played you that clip yesterday. Everything they are doing is falling on deaf ears. And I think this really goes to show you yesterday the level of fear that they have, that for whatever reason, their strategies are not working with the American public, at least in the eyes of public perception and at least with the polls. I think they are really in full freakout mode right now.
Yeah, but I think yesterday was a blunder for the Biden campaign, and the whole team was there. So not just De Niro, the whole team was there. Right outside the courthouse. To me, that was a blunder because, of course, no matter what the jury comes up with, and we may see a verdict by the end of the week. It could be early next week. They could start deliberating today. But I feel that for that Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, it just stacked that right on top of saying they can say to the appeals court, see, persecution, prosecution. Here they were showing their hand as they come right outside the courtroom while we're doing a marathon day of closing arguments, because that was, they started right 9:30 yesterday morning. The De Niro stuff happened, and we carried some of it on the air during 10 to noon. I was out all day with, it was the first day of track and field, and we had a parents meeting last night. I get home, And I pop on Jesse Waters, and he goes, "Yeah, they've just the marathon day of closing arguments have just ended.
They didn't wrap up till 8:00 almost.
Oh my goodness!
Right. It's a 10.5-hour day.
Holy moly!
Right. And I think the prosecution had 4.5 hours of closing arguments. To which, Todd Blanche comes
The
out
best.
and he just nukes everything. There's
The gloat line.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that was
Trump
funny.
Trump was fist pumping like he was one of the Jersey Shore cast members on MTV, according to a lot of these reports with people that have access to it. We'll get to these replacement numbers on Biden, but here are, courtesy of the Daily Mail, the 10 reasons of doubt that Todd Blanche gave in his closing arguments. He said, number one, the invoices were sent by Cohen, quote, nothing to do with Trump and were accurate. Number two, Valentine's Day communications, no evidence that Trump ever saw the payment vouchers. Number three, no evidence of intent to defraud. Number four, no intent to unlawfully influence the 2016 election. No Federal Election Campaign Act violations have been demonstrated. Number five, no illegal agreement to influence the election. Any deal with the National Enquirer was just a normal part of working with the media. Number six, AMI would have run Sajudin's story. The story of the Trump Tower doorman was not true. That's why it wasn't run. Number seven, McDougal did not want her story published. Number eight, Stormy Daniels' story was already public. Number nine, manipulation of evidence. Cohen's phones were wiped and synced at different times before data were taken from them. And number 10, Michael Cohen, quote, he's the human embodiment of reasonable doubt, says Todd Blanche. So, it's going to be pretty much in the hands of the jury now. I still think the most likely outcome is a hung jury, which is a de facto victory for Trump. But even, you've mentioned this in the past too, Dawn, it's not just guilty, hung jury, or acquittal / not guilty. Even if Trump is found guilty, the appeals process will play out. And of course, if it goes through that process, we could see some different results come down the road, which obviously is the defendant's right to appeal a verdict that they do not find favorable, fair, or just. So I think you've laid that out in the past with that in the last couple of weeks that we've talked about this.
Yeah, but I thought, so that great line of gloat, Judge Merchan could not let that go. And so just reading through the court records and what happened, they go to lunch, and now they come back in the afternoon, and the first thing that happens is that Judge Juan Merchan instructs the jury, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, that essentially Blanche's line about Michael Cohen and as well of talking about the fact that Trump could go to jail, which quite frankly, if you look it up, it's 34 felony counts, and he could face up to 4 years in jail.
Mm-hmm.
So the judge instructing the jury to disregard all of that from Blanche, saying that in fact you will not make any consideration of any jail time, any punishment. That's up to me, the judge. So your job is to look at the charges and are they warranted, etc. But again, I think that's another piece of grounds for the appeal, because you're taking somebody's closing arguments and you could have put that in the instructions, but nope, he had to do it right when they came back from lunch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well said. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And then, of course, on the Biden front, we've been talking about how his polling numbers continue to lag the betting market. Now you've got millionaires and billionaires out in Silicon Valley and some of the biggity bigs, as Dawn likes to say, that are coming out publicly and saying, I've got more of an issue with Biden. I don't want a 25% billionaire tax. And I get it. There's, I don't know how many billionaires there are, but I'm not sure that, a couple of billionaires will absolutely influence the election from a total raw vote. But you have a lot of these people that are saying they actually, on second thought, after further review, after 3.5 years of Joe, that maybe it wasn't as bad as many people thought under Trump. So the Rasmussen poll comes out, and the headline on the Daily Wire is majority of Democrats approve of replacing Biden with a new candidate, the poll finds. The Rasmussen poll of 1,113 likely voters, which was conducted from May 20th to May 22nd, found that 54% of Democrats think that it is acceptable for another candidate to replace Biden as the Democratic nominee. And just under half of all likely voters, 49%, say that they approve of the Democrats swapping Biden out for another candidate, while 43% of Republicans agree, which is interesting because I'm wondering if Republicans think maybe the Biden replacement is more of a threat to knocking off Trump than Biden is. Kind of an interesting number there. And then a couple of other figures here. Democrats did not, however, think that it was likely that Biden would be replaced, with only 38% saying that they thought it was probable and 57% saying it was not. Of the respondents, 17% said that Vice President Kamala Harris would be a better candidate than Joe Biden, 21%, and then 11% said the same for Michelle Obama and Hillary Clinton. Gavin Newsom is on the list, as well as Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, but no mention of Josh Shapiro. And maybe you take Shapiro at face value, he's got no interest, blah, blah, blah. But every time you hear a name that's thrown out and names that are omitted, it always raises my eyes a little bit, and I'm wondering, Shapiro would be like a runaway winner.
To be fair, that was one USA Today op-ed writer that threw his name in there. I mean, we've been speculating about him because I think that he definitely has presidential aspirations. I mean, you can't look at the guy and not think that. But the thought that he's going to swoop in here now in the 2024 election is slim and none.
I would say 28 or 32 is far more likely. Yeah, I would agree with you on that front. But if you're just looking at it right now, if you're the Democrats and you're sitting in a closed door session, smoky dark room, and you're like, what are our best options? Like, I think Shapiro's a better sell than Newsom.
The problem is that and I know the poll says that they want Biden replaced, but they don't actually think he's going to be replaced. It's the thought, that likelihood that that's going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm betting against it.
Like these are the candidates, guys. We're 6 months out from the election. These are the candidates.
So you're off the switcheroo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I never thought it was going to be a switcheroo. I said at the beginning that I thought it was going that one of these candidates wouldn't make it to the finish line, but I don't think that's happening.
Let me throw two variables into the pot here. Let's say Trump is found either not guilty or it's a hung jury. Either way, a victory for Trump in this first of 4 trials. And let's say that happens at some point this week or early next week. And then, of course, by the way, the calendar flips over to June in just a few days, folks.
Wow.
And let's say Trump absolutely rocks Biden in that debate. First of 4 trials up in smoke. Debate, Joe gets completely whipped.
No.
Do you change your opinion then?
No.
So you think it's ride or die with Joe?
Yeah.
Okay. Dawn, you agree? Ride or die with Joe if you're the Democrats? Or do you still think there's a percentage chance somebody else takes that stage in August?
I think there is a 9% chance.
9%.
Wow, 9%.
So you're saying more than 8, but less than 10.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say there's a 9% chance if things go horribly in June, the Democrats have their contingency plan in place, and they'll get her done because somehow they all pull together and somehow pull this stuff out, which is what scares me.
Do you have the story in front of you about the Ohio ballot issue, about it going virtual?
I can find it. It's in my packet somewhere.
I mean, that shows you right there that he's the guy. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to. They don't want any shenanigans. They don't want anything.
Well,
they're virtually nominating.
And they're also avoiding a lot of the protests and things like that could show up at the convention, right? I mean, I'm assuming, people might still show up to do their whole protest and their boycott and everything that's been going on since October 7th. But, that's what Democrats, they love virtual. It's amazing. They just love, let's just do everything for the rest of our life on Zoom, folks. So
President Joe Biden formally nominated as the Democratic presidential nominee through a virtual roll call ahead of the party's official convention in Chicago in August, a maneuver that will allow Biden to appear on the November ballot in Ohio. AP story talking about that.
Yep. All right, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the number. We've got the cut sheet 1 hour from now. Tony Bruno at 8:30. And when we come back, how about this? Hillary Clinton in the news yet again. We know she'll be coming out to try to give Joe a little bit of a boost. but she blames 8 years ago on the women of America. The details when we wrap up hour number 1 next on Kayal and Company.
So if you're thinking about all the parties, the gatherings that you may have this summer and you want to update, maybe the front door, maybe you need a few windows, maybe you need full window replacement, think Chapman. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They do a great job just celebrating 30 years in the industry. Mike and Mark Chapman, they've made my home more beautiful, more energy efficient. I love the work they've done. So if you are looking for windows, doors, siding, as well as stucco remediation, I would trust nobody else with this critical investment in your home. These certified Chapman installers, you want them. They are the professionals you want on the job. And think about this, that gorgeous James Hardy plank. Or what about the beautiful choices in vinyl siding right now? It's going to add value, certainly add beauty to your home. Get this on the calendar now to call or text 610-431-8898. They're listing right now, Like-Minded, the Chapman family. They're local, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. I love all the before and after photos so you can get a sense of the work that they do. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, this is Joe Medercher, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I'm a little bit off today. Something down inside me's different. Woke up a little off today. I can tell that something's wrong.
6:51. It's Kayal and Company. Happy Wednesday to everybody. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, you can watch us live on YouTube. If I see Charlamagne the God one more time on television about talking the Joe Biden re-election bid, and he's on Fox and Friends this morning, my God. It's like, is he the only guy with a platform that talks politics from the left that they can go to? It's unbelievable. And that's for mainstream media and Fox News and every other outlet under the sun. Speaking of people that just need to go away, just want to wrap up here in the 6 o'clock hour with Hillary Clinton. By the way, it's been 15 years since Hillary Clinton was last elected into office in 2009 when she was the Secretary of State. We're going on a quarter century now since Bill Clinton was in office.
You're not elected Secretary of State. You're appointed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I was in the middle of a thought, but...
I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to be factual.
I know.
I'm just trying to be factual.
I got like 90 seconds to wrap it. Sorry. So she's the Secretary of State, and now she's coming out, and they are.
Did I throw you off?
Yeah. I just totally.
What? I just went.
No, I know, but I was like, I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So she's all bent out of shape over the fact that 8 years later, she can't stomach the fact that she lost to Donald Trump. So now she's blaming it on women. And I don't know what some of the voting data points look like from 2016. I didn't go back and research this. But she says the following. Women left me because they couldn't just take a risk on me. Because as a woman, I'm supposed to be perfect. That's interesting. I've never thought a woman had to be perfect in any line of work, even maybe running for president where we have never seen a female become president. And I do believe one day that a female will break through, whether that's Democrat or Republican. I think it's going to happen at some point. And I actually think it'll happen some point in my life. She says they were willing to take a risk on Trump, who had a long list of, let's call them flaws, to illustrate his imperfection. Because he was a man, and they could envision a man as president and commander-in-chief. She also went on to say that she believes at some point we will see a female, but not anytime soon. Clinton was discussing her new book, The Fall of Roe, The Rise of a New America, in which she also gets into some of the conversation that happened with her and Comey eventually saying that he wouldn't recommend charges against Hillary Clinton, this going back to all the emails, but called the former Secretary of State extremely careless. Quote, too many women, particularly too many young women, did not understand the effort that went into creating the underlying theory of Roe v. Wade. And the young women on my campaign made a very compelling argument that making it safe and legal was really the goal. I kind of just pocketed the framework of Roe. We didn't take it seriously, and we didn't understand the threat, she goes on to say. Quote, most Democrats, most Americans did not realize we are in an existential struggle for the future of this country. She says the right is relentless. You know, they take a loss, they get back up, they regroup, and they raise more money. I would argue that's the way the Democrats operate as well, and maybe even do it more effectively than Republicans. She says it's tremendously impressive the way that they operate, and we have nothing like it on our side. That, to me, and the reason I wanted to read that was I feel like that's more of an illustration, again, of the fear right now that is going through the Democrats. Because if you took that last couple of quotes that I just gave you, I would say that's what Republicans say about Democrats and how diabolical they can be. And as Dawn always says, how Democrats at the end of the day always rally and get it together where the GOP does not. But it's very interesting that she here 8 years later saying it's the ladies that left her. I think it was Americans just saying, we don't want the Clintons back in the White House again. And we certainly do not want Hillary and everything that she has been tied to in the past. So just say that, pass that along as we wrap up the first hour. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's news to kick off hour number 2. And then, of course, we've got the cut sheet at 7:45 and also some local stuff along the way. As Bob Casey says, fighting for women's sports, it's not really a venture worth battling and delving into. I disagree as a father of twin daughters. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2 is coming up next. Stay right there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Indulge in an extraordinary dining experience at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse. For intimate dinner parties to corporate events, the chef-driven cuisine, impeccable wines, and exceptional hospitality give you an experience like no other. Call 215-246-0533.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Everyone was looking for a little entertainment, so they probably put his hands up when they find out his name, and then they shut down.
7:01, hour number 2 is underway here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Tony Bruno at 8:30 this morning. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Before we get to the cut sheet, we've got to get to Bob Casey this morning, and also got to give Gen Z a little bit of credit. I feel like I'm doing that a little bit too frequently these days, but I try to be fair. And a very interesting story about the Utes and their desire or their ability to work. Maybe that's in part due to the current state of the economy, especially if mom and dad are only, capable of one full-time job, or maybe only one of the two parents can carve out a few hours each day for a side hustle and a second job. Gen Z reversing a decade-long decline in teen employment. We'll get to that story coming up in just a little bit, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Wednesday morning, May 29th, 63 degrees, sunny skies for now. We are sponsored in the news by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. So in the news this morning, we have a group of teenagers turned carjackers, responsible, according to police, for a deadly accident. As police say now they have those teens in custody. That's what's going on this morning as they continue to investigate. They say it happened last night, Front Street, Hunting Park Ave, 8 o'clock last night. A car full of teenagers. They are all in custody, including that 17-year-old driver, boys and girls. It was a stolen vehicle, fatally striking a man, only identified as a man in his 40s, riding on his Harley Davidson last night on what was a beautiful evening for a motorcycle ride. So we still don't have the ID of that driver. We just know, like I say, he's a man in his 40s, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. According to police, and they've reviewed the surveillance images on the scene as well, they say the fatal crash was captured by different surveillance images, whether you're talking about those doorbell cameras or whether surveillance cameras put up by the government. But after the collision, the Kia, after running a red light, according to police, fatally striking this motorcycle driver, the Kia continues down Front Street. And until finally it stops, they pull over, and the teenagers run. They get out and they run off, but police were in hot pursuit and gave chase on foot and ran after them and arrested. They believe they have all of them. So ages 15 to 17. I don't have word on the charges that they're going to face. I mean, this was a horrible, fatal collision, high-speed situation as they just blew a red light and struck and killed this man.
I would imagine at least vehicular homicide, right? Grand theft auto. I mean, all sorts of. I mean, these kids need to be hit with the absolute maximum, especially as a 17-year-old. Probably should be charged as an adult. I would assume, anyway.
I'm just letting that silent moment go on because it's a tragic story, but we'll see. We'll see what DA Larry Krasner does.
Yeah. Well, sadly, it matters these days what jurisdiction these awful tragedies occur in. And also what boxes you check.
Yeah, it's so true.
Yep.
We have a call for accountability when you talk about Utes gone wild. And that really is, we talked yesterday about from Philadelphia down the Jersey Shore. Philadelphia over the weekend with 12 plus shootings did not make headlines internationally and nationally, but the Jersey Shore sure didn't they? Mm-hmm. And that was because we saw Wildwood, we saw what happened in Seaside Heights, which was a false alarm. It was really, Seaside Heights was weird in the sense that apparently a car had a backfire situation and somebody freaks out and thinks it's a shooting, and you brought out SWAT members. In Wildwood, though, that state of emergency shutting down the boardwalk for many hours. And then what happened in Ocean City with a teenage boy stabbed, not life-threatening injuries, but certainly a serious stabbing where he was in serious but stable condition. A lot of parents, a lot of blowback. And now we have officials down the Jersey Shore, Wildwood, Ocean City, and many parents, many residents calling for somebody to do something. And what about those charges? So it reminded me of what you said, Nick Kayal. Well, you would expect serious charges. Mm-hmm. So now that's exactly in Ocean City, and especially in Ocean City, but also Wildwood, officials saying, we're going to throw the book at these teenagers.
Good. We need to start getting back to that. But of all people, I saw a clip I think it was late last week going into the weekend. Judge Judy was on some sort of interview, and I think Judge Judy endorsed Nikki Haley to be president. So, yeah, I take that for whatever it's worth. But from a law perspective, she's another one of these law and order individuals, as most judges are. And she says we need to get back to just finding these prosecutors that have a passion for justice. And if they don't want to do that, and if these judges want to let people off lightly, I'm paraphrasing here, I think she basically said, go sell ice cream cones.
Well, in essence, though, in this case, the judges, the police, even prosecutors say that they're handcuffed by those laws that changed in 2020 in New Jersey, because officials led by Governor Phil Murphy said that there was unnecessary punishing of juveniles. And so the Murphy administration speaking out, talking about juvenile justice reform. And this is, they contend that these laws that they put in place fairly recently during the pandemic, 2020, that they alleviate these issues of racial and socioeconomic outcomes in the criminal legal system. So it's juvenile justice reform, and that's why they have these laws. So right now, it's staying the way it is.
Okay.
And this is part of the problem. And even parents are complaining to say, even if their kids, so it used to be the cops, if they caught you doing anything, boom, you knew that they were going to take you in custody, and usually they called your parents and they worked something out. They're not even allowed to call your parents, especially if marijuana is involved. So it's drugs and alcohol. But it goes back to the parental rights, because many see this as, Governor Phil Murphy and his fellow Democrats trying to come in between juveniles and parents.
Right. And the government should not be in between mom and the son, or the dad and the daughter.
Yes, sir.
Yep, I agree.
And so we're going to watch this very carefully, because there's a lot of reaction to it, and we'll get more reaction throughout the day. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, they're going to be back in Philadelphia tonight, and this is really their re-election pitch specifically to African-American voters, which, as you know, was a key part of their 2020 winning coalition that they formed. And now that coalition is coming apart at the seams, if you will. So they're going to stop at Girard College, which is an independent boarding school in Philadelphia, predominantly African-American. And they're also going to visit a small business to speak to members of the Black Chamber of Commerce as well. So it's a big campaign stop, and they expect all summer long we're going to see them back engaging with Black student organizations, community groups, faith leaders, because remember we talked about in the Bronx yesterday, or the Bronx last Thursday, where it really was African-American and Hispanic faith leaders and reverends who really put together that huge Trump rally.
It's also going to be interesting to see Pennsylvania moving forward here in the next 4 or 5 months, what the over-under will be on how many more times Biden and Harris will come here, compared to how much money Donald Trump might start spending. MAGA Inc. has spent 80% of their ad money, as we mentioned yesterday, in Pennsylvania. But Trump and the Trump campaign have not opened up the war chest yet, so to speak. If Trump's not going to come to Pennsylvania more than 1 or 2 times in the next 4 months, at least start opening up the checkbook, so to speak, and cranking out those ads. Because what Joe's doing is not working. So if you start investing some more money into this state and a few more trips and a few more appearances, probably going to work in your favor, I would think, and I would hope.
And the Trump trial, we talked a lot about. Nick Kayal started out the big take this morning talking about it. That 12-person jury in former President Donald Trump's criminal so-called hush money trial. It's really a bookkeeping trial. It's not about conspiracy. It's not about hush money. It's a bookkeeping trial. They begin deliberations today, moving them one step closer to deciding Trump's legal fate. And so a felony conviction of a former president, as well as the presumptive 2024 Republican nominee. Obviously, this is history in the making. It would be unprecedented. If convicted of the 34 felony counts, Trump could face up to 4 years behind bars. Just another story, because we talk a lot about the economy, about the electric grid. The White House announcing new actions to modernize America's electrical grid, paving the way for clean energy and fewer outages. So just a headline for you as the White House talks about the electrical grid. But we've got to talk about our sponsor today, because I don't know if you're going to love it or not, but Tropical Smoothie Cafe, how good does that sound? At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is their season, and they're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Island Punch smoothie. Yum. For this National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops, but not at work, Nick Kayal, and head to your local cafe today, May 29th, from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions do apply. And on this National Flip-Flop Day, in honor of Nick Kayal and in honor of Tropical Smoothie Cafe, what a great day for a tropical smoothie. Lovely morning, beautiful sunrise this morning, clear sunny skies as we look at the forecast. However, by this evening, we could see some showers moving through on this Wednesday, May 29th. The high today, 75 degrees. Tomorrow for your Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 76 degrees. Saturday, well, June makes a delightful debut on Saturday. Partly sunny skies and much warmer, high of 80 degrees. And then Sunday, sun with some clouds. An afternoon shower is possible, mainly west of the city, with a high of 82 degrees. Enjoy the beautiful stretch of weather. As soon as we get through, maybe an isolated passing shower possible today, earlier in the day, but a beautiful Friday evening. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Speaking of flip-flops and shore weather, I want to read this email. Stalker got this email yesterday, and he forwarded it along to me. And this email comes from Rebecca. And she says, hey, Greg, was listening to the show where Nick said he would call off of work on Monday, July 22nd, since it's the day after the bike ride.
Yeah.
And Dawn said, off the cuff, maybe you could find a place from which to air the show.
Yeah.
She says the following. We have a restaurant in AC called Rife, R-Y-F-E. Hopefully I'm getting that correct. RifeAC.com is the website. Little plug there for her. Located in Lower Chelsea. And she says it's close to the new Stockton. She says, we aren't open for breakfast, and I have no clue what airing a show off-site entails. Entails money. but you're more than welcome to air from our restaurant if it makes sense for you. We just opened up a location in Moorestown Mall as well. Her husband John and I live in Moorestown and listen to the show every weekday. And she says that she is willing to offer up her location for the broadcast.
Cool.
If we decide to pursue that.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know what that entails. That's above my pay grade, but if the suits are listening this morning and they want to,
What's your theory again about why you can't come into work the next day? Because you
be exhausted.
Well, it's not that I'm exhausted, and I wanted to. Once I did it last year and accomplished it, I wanted to be on the air to brag about it because everybody said I couldn't do it. And this year, what I realized is it's not the ride; it's not coming in the next day. The worst thing is when you're done and you're sweaty and you've got sunburn and your inside of your quads are starting to get, as Dawn says, what's the word you use, Dawn?
Moist.
Well, yeah, you're a little irritated. Chafed, yes. That ride home from Atlantic City when you're just disgusting really stinks. And I just want to literally stay down the night in Atlantic City, go into a hotel, take a beautiful shower, and then just sit out at the beach or, maybe play a little roulette or, drink my face off or something like that. So if
that would be bad.
Well, that probably would be bad. Yes, I agree. But, if, she's willing to do us a solid and have us for a broadcast, I'd be down for that.
Well,
if the staff is.
Obviously, there's a lot that goes into that. So my people are going to have to talk to her people, and we'll get back to them on this because, Look, this is a very, very it's a very popular radio show, and we can get a lot of people to that business.
Yes.
So
it comes with a price tag.
Yeah, thank you. No, Rebecca, it's lovely that you offered that, and thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Right. Maybe we just
I might take you up on it, by the way.
Yeah?
I'm not opposed to it.
Are you now? Have you officially committed to doing the ride, or do we need to reach that dollar amount?
We need to. We need to reach $20,000.
All right, folks, we got to get this going again because we've kind of taken our foot off the gas, so to speak.
Yep.
We haven't been pedaling as hard as we're supposed to as we approach the 1st of June, and I think we're at 5,400.
Yep.
Yeah. And we want to get to 20,000. So GregStalkerSucks.com if you'd like to donate and ride, or just donate and not ride, because I know some of you obviously can't do a 65-mile bike ride. But I will say this. If you physically are capable of doing it, but you think you're out of shape, I'm telling you right now, it is easier than you would expect.
And we are getting jerseys made up, by the way. So if you ride, if you do the bike ride with Kayal and maybe us, you will get a bike jersey, a 1210 WPHT Kayal and Company jersey. The David Gelman law offices will be featured on there as well.
Yep.
You will get that if you join the bike ride with us.
Indeed. All right, coming up next, the tip of the cap to Gen Z. But why are they doing what they are doing? Does it have anything to do with Biden inflation? We'll get to that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company live here on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even helped me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to StylesCFO.com.
StylesCFO.com?
Yep, that's STILES CFO.com.
My dad loves steak, and that's why when I send him Omaha Steaks every year for Father's Day, he's excited because we get to grill together, we get to enjoy family together, and Omaha Steaks makes it so easy for you to give Dad what he wants. Your husband, your father, your uncle, your godfather, whoever, world-class dads deserve a world-class steak. And when you use my name Zioli at checkout at omahasteaks.com, you're going to get additional discounts. That's right. When you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day, you can combine them, make endless possibilities, burgers, steaks, side dishes, desserts, beautiful premium proteins like juicy pork chops, unbelievable stuff. It's what dads want, right? Dads don't return steak, right? They return ties and golf shirts. Got enough golf shirts. Go to omahasteaks.com. Put in my name Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I at checkout. You're going to get extra savings from the world's original butcher. That's right. Order now and send Dad an unforgettable gift package starting at just $89 with promo code Zioli. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Clocks are running late. Ain't right up the morning sky. Looks so phony.
724, Kayal and Company. The playlist today and all week long, courtesy of Brian Kester. King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, as he donated $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, as he will have control of the music throughout this week, perhaps even into Monday. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Not too often that you talk about Bob Casey and Richard Dreyfuss in the same conversation, but we'll get to that in a little bit when it comes to women's sports and how Hooper might need to have a bigger boat, as he triggered a lot of people with comments about gender reassignment surgery. We'll get to that in a little bit. But I would like to give Gen Z a little bit of credit, as we do from time to time. Yeah, I gave them credit when we gave you the story from the Wall Street Journal about how they are ditching college in waves like never seen before for the trades. Very smart. You know, if you can go to school for 12 or 18 months, be debt-free, and make $80,000, $100,000 right out of the gate at 20 years old, it's a good way to get ahead in this life, as the rest of us go to college and then walk out with $100,000 in debt. Not that that was my specific case, but a lot of people do walk out with massive, massive debt. As Gen Z is now reversing a decade-long decline in teen employment. This story courtesy of Axios, and they say why it matters. Well, working for pay can be a key rite of passage for teens as they grow up, but it's not nearly as common as it used to be. Quote, there is something lost when there are more young people who enter the workforce after college with no work experience, says Jean Twenge, a psychologist and author of the book Generations, saying, quote, when they learn those lessons about how important it is to show up on time and do a good job, and sometimes you have to listen to a boss, all of it builds conscientiousness for later in life. Now, I did not know that these numbers had dipped so significantly. In the 1980s, nearly 2 in every 3 kids between ages 16 to 19 were working or actively looking for work. But that number has steadily fallen with teens and the labor force and their participation rate, especially amongst millennials, which would be my category, in the 2000s. But Gen Z is starting to bring teen jobs back. The share of teens working or looking for work recently hit a 14-year high at 38%. And in the coming weeks, employers expected to add another 1.3 million in summer jobs for teens. That according to a teen and employment labor firm of Challenger, Gray, and Christmas. You know, I'm thinking back to when I was in the 16 to 19-year-old age group. I mean, that would have been as a sophomore, junior, senior in high school, and freshman in college. And, you know, going to high school and playing sports, if you've ever done it, takes up a lot of your day. And, Dawn, you can talk about that with the boys, David and Michael. But I always I had 2 jobs in that that time of my life. I was a busboy at Perkins Restaurant in Easton, Pennsylvania for about a year. And then I worked at Foot Locker when I was wrapping up high school and in college. And, you know, the boys, Dawn, David, and Michael, do they have time? Do they work in addition to school and all the athletic stuff? Or is that something they don't have the time to do? Oh, no. She went dark.
Michael does.
Michael does.
Michael has been a lifeguard. He actually has been a lifeguard for, what is it, since he was 15.
Okay.
I think that's when you can legally become a lifeguard and get certified.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a lifeguard at a local community center.
Yeah.
And so he also he works for the Police Athletic League. He does a lot of volunteering and
that's
also
great.
works for them.
I love PAL.
For PAL. He does a lot, Abington PAL.
Yeah.
But for David, because he does, he letters in 3 sports.
It's just no time.
He does all of that. He's just consumed pretty much. Like I said yesterday, I mean, took him, I think we got home like by 8 o'clock we got home.
That's unbelievable.
And he's at school right now.
Yeah.
So I do think that if your child is a student athlete, or like your little girls, they do competitive dance, that's athleticism to me. If they're in the school play, if they do speech and debate, which both of my kids did, any of that is a job. It teaches them that work ethic, right? Because they have, and a lot of times in sports, depending on, Michael did crew, you're getting to school sometimes 6:30 in the morning,
right?
Doing some sports before,
right?
So that also teaches that work ethic, team being a team player, sportsmanship, all of that. So whether it's a part-time job, I think the part-time jobs became tougher during the pandemic.
Sure.
That probably affected things.
Well, when the jobs report come out, though, then we can't sit there and say, well, look at all these jobs that Joe has created. Well, these are jobs that are just being brought back. They're part-time jobs that were, zapped because of the pandemic. Yeah, I tell you this, I already can see what's going to happen with my daughters. Olivia is my wife. She's a workaholic. She is going to be, like, I can tell you right now, she's going to work for my mother-in-law's catering and concession business in the summer at 12 or 13 years old. She's only 9, but she's probably 2 years away from doing that in the summer. I guarantee it. And then she'll be one of these people that she has dance, she has the drama club, she has gymnastics school, and I'd be willing to bet she ends up getting a job in 9th or 10th grade, I don't know, at a grocery store or a Starbucks or whatever, kids do these days. And she'll end up working 10, 12 hours a week and do 2 shifts. Whereas as Mia, I'm going to have to, she's going to go kicking and screaming. I'm going to have to force her to get some sort of part-time job in high school, even if it's 1 4 or 6 hour shift a week, just so she can learn what it's like to, understand the value of $1, reporting to work on time, everything that they talked about. And that's the big thing. I think more than anything, it's work ethic, it's discipline, but it's also, that commitment, that punctuality.
We start at 6 a.m.
If you have to be there at 6 or if you have to be there at noon or whatever, getting up and going and doing it. Like my mom was like, she never forced me to do it. But she told me if I wanted to have a cell phone or if I wanted gas in my 1993 Mercury Sable in the year 2000, that I needed to get a job. And I'm telling you, it was painful. I hated it. Like I was a busboy at Perkins. I don't know as a kid that it gets any worse, especially if you don't want to work. Because I was tired, and I didn't do 3 sports. I only did 1 sport in high school. It was just football. So I had the time. I could do 15 or 20 hours a week. But picking up plates with leftover food scraps on it, I'm not sure it gets I guess maybe being and shout out to all of our people that work in the trash industry. Short of being a busboy as a teenager, I think the only thing that would gross me out more is if I was a garbage man as an adult. I don't think I have I just couldn't do it. It would just gross me out. I guess I would have to if that was the only job I could do to pay for my wife and kids. But my God, I was so agonized over seeing somebody's leftover omelet on a plate.
I was a busboy too.
Were you really?
17 or 18. I won't name the place because they paid me under the table and it's still there. But yeah, I don't even think I was on the books there. But this great family owned this place that I kind of knew, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to be a busboy?" It's not glamorous work, but it'll we'll pay you under the table and it's a decent wage. And I'm like, sure.
Little tips too?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
I always felt like when we talk about some of the restaurants that divvy up the tips between the busboys, the waitresses, the hosts, and maybe even people in the back in the kitchen. I don't know if any of the cooks get any of it. I always felt like the busboy always got the smallest portion, or we were we were less deserving of everybody else.
Yeah.
I always felt like the hostess and the waitress were.
Did you have to wash the dishes too, or did you?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, so
the whole bit.
You did?
Oh yeah.
The bin, the rag. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was a waitress.
Were you really?
I did waitressing, yeah.
Yeah?
That's how I put myself through college.
You did well, I'm assuming?
Awesome.
Okay.
I don't understand, honestly, these servers who say, that they want to have a union and they want to combine their tips.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That's like communism to me. I'm just like, what are you doing? No, I mean, I put myself through journalism school that way, worked full time. I mean, full time is like 32 hours or whatever.
Right.
So then you would just clock out and keep your tables.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're not going to give that up.
Was this a high-end joint? Were you getting big tips?
No, it really wasn't. It was Radisson, like McCormick's family restaurant.
Okay.
In the Radisson Hotel in Minneapolis, right by the School of Journalism there.
Right.
I think it's a great job because think about it. It's public speaking. It's physical, but it's also public speaking. You have to give them the specials. You have to deal with people, social skills. It's sales, and usually in a college town, or even if you're a student, people will say to you, "Oh, you're a student. Where do you go to school?" You have whether you're a busboy, waiter, I think it's great because you have those conversations with people. And it kind of helps you formulate, oh, they're really impressed by, oh, I want to be this or I want to do, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a fantastic job for a first job.
Aaron on the YouTube chat writes, my son is a busboy and only gets tips if the waitresses and bartenders are feeling nice.
Uh-huh. I knew that dynamic existed. I always felt slighted and like I was the lesser. Like I was the deplorable of Perkins, right? Like that I always got that vibe.
It's not hard to be a deplorable and Perkins.
You're right.
I'm just kidding.
I was just hoping that Tiger Woods would come in one day and maybe slip a phone number to the waitresses.
Yeah, but if they're a good waitress, you're going to tip your favorite busboy because they clear your tables first.
Right.
So, you've got it all going on. You just tip your guy. He's going to bust your table before anybody else. That means you get more tables.
Yep, indeed.
And that's how it works.
So you and AOC actually have something in common. You guys both started out as waitresses or bartenders. Now
No, I never
politics.
bartended.
Oh, so okay. So it was no alcohol.
She was just a bartender.
Okay.
You have to tip out your bar. If you're the waitress, you have to tip out the bartender too.
Right.
Bartender's a whole different ballgame.
That's right.
Yeah. After the busboy job, I was like, I need better tips than this. So I was delivering pizzas. I got decent tips doing that.
30 minutes or less, or the pizza's free?
Oh, dude, we used to. A friend of mine who I just saw the other day, he worked with me. We used to have, I mean, it's dangerous, but we used to have races to see who could get back faster.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, was this when you had the van for the band and the drums?
No, I had this like 1994 Chevy Cavalier. It was red.
I had a Chevy Cavalier.
The doors were falling off of it. It was a horrendous car. But
Does your friend have a picture of any? I mean, we got to see Stalker.
But they have, no, probably not. But there's that's the way you make tips.
Yes.
Get it there quick, and they're like, wow, I didn't expect it in 10 minutes.
Think about the dynamics have shifted in 30 years. Stalkers busting and hauling ass to get a tip. And in this day and age, you leave 17%, and the servers are not happy after giving you a lackluster performance anyway. Like we've done the tipping culture and where we're at in society. But again, it's like, the harder you work, the faster you go, the more the quality, your food's hot, the whole bit, the more tip you get. You're not getting 20% from me just because you did your job. Like if you're great, I'm going to give you what you get. If you stink, you're not getting the same percentage. This is a merit-based world we live in.
I agree, but I'm because I grew up in the tip world.
Yeah.
I always tip over the amount. And if I'm out to dinner I'm out to eat with somebody that I know might not give the best tip in the world,
right?
I'll slip the waitress like a 10 or a 15 or a 20.
It's like my boy Mike, who's I golf with all the time. He's the biggest cheapskate on the planet.
I can't. I would pick up the tab just because I don't want to be embarrassed.
Yeah, he tries to put his hand over the receipt as he's giving the tip. I'm like, what are you doing over there? Are you giving, what was that, 12%? By the way, that tab was $60 and that service was good. That's got to at least be a $12 or $13 tip, pal.
Well, truthfully, you can make up for it if he just paid in cash. Because if you pay in cash, even if you pay by card for the bill, but then you tip in cash, they don't have to claim it. They only have to claim a certain percentage of their gross receipts.
Right.
So if you tip them in cash, then also the government doesn't know exactly how much they're tipped. So that's a good thing.
Okay. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Bruno at 8:30, the cut sheet on the other side. We will get to some of these gender stories coming up after Bruno to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. Senator Bob Casey in the news when it comes to not protecting women's sports. And Richard Dreyfuss has upset fans with comments about gender at a Jaws event. We'll get to that as we continue as well. But on the other side, it is What's on the Cut Sheet. And it's coming up next here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Speaking of hits, tips, how about a little something for the big guy if you hit on one of my FanDuel picks. Tonight, Game 5, Mavs at the Timberwolves. Mavericks favorite, a +4.5. Take the Mavericks +4.5. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sports book. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present PA. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stansland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss a divisional matchup that's sure to be the best catch in town. The Phils host the Marlins for a 4-game series Thursday, June 27th through Sunday, June 30th. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues.
As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's the time of the season when love runs high.
7 o'clock hour brought to you by the good people at First Harvest Credit Union. If you have big dreams but you do not have big funds, well, a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union offers flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment to turn your dreams into a reality. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA. Tony Bruno in about 45 minutes live from Florida. But right now, 7:45 right on the dot. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesdays, brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. They strive to do what's right. They work hard to match you with a perfect Volvo and always go the extra mile for their customers. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them, you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. I'm gonna play this. Obviously, this is meant to be commented on. That's the whole point of the cut sheet. But Dawn, I'm going to need you to hold on to your boobies. Because
I beg your pardon.
No, you hold on to your boobies. This person on TikTok claims, this is cut 14, Phil, claims that men can produce milk to feed babies.
Good luck with that.
Well, he goes through scientific reasons of how men can breastfeed or produce milk, I guess, to feed children. Good God.
Is that whole milk 2%, 1% skim, almond?
Just gonna say.
My God.
I mean, I guess it's better than the tragic story in Ohio with that slob who fed her daughter Mountain Dew in her bottle, and then
teeth were completely rotted out,
and then the child died at 4 years old or 3 years old from like complications to diabetes.
And did you see the picture of the parents?
Yeah.
I mean,
look like
like
inbred.
If you told me that this is a story, guess what the parents look like?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I would anticipate the parents looking like.
Yeah. William Warner says, please reopen the asylums. I agree. Where's the Byberry Asylum when we need it?
Well,
okay.
they are open. They're just being opened up in Mexico, as Trump said, and all the whack jobs are coming here.
All right, Don, I look forward to your commentary on this individual.
Yeah.
Do you feel like these people are just doing this to troll us?
It has to be. This is now just to get a rise out of us and then label us as some sort of hater.
Yeah. All right. Cut 14, Phil, go.
You know, it sounds crazy, but trans women can produce milk to feed a baby. Here's how. Step 1, you must grow your coconuts.
Lucerne.
After about 3 to 5 years of estrogen, you will have fully functional milk ducts from which you can feed a baby. So once your coconuts are grown, it is time to start producing milk. Now, normally getting pregnant would trigger milk production, but since trans women can't get pregnant, we must do it another way. Turns out this is not all that difficult to do. Just add a few extra hormones and supplements and pump your coconuts regularly, and you will start producing milk. Now, I can already see the criticisms, the comments coming through. There's no way this milk is safe to drink or nutritious or healthy. but it is scientifically proven to be. The one caveat is that a trans woman might not be able to produce enough milk to feed the baby, but what is produced is healthy and can always be supplemented
Milk
with
in the
formula.
glass is barely
Ultimately,
moving.
the act of feeding your child yourself is affirming to anyone, not just trans people. It also helps the child form a secure attachment to their parent. And for the record, I have no interest in having kids or producing milk. I just think it's cool that you can do this in the first place.
Is he drinking the coconut milk?
He's drinking, some
God.
sort of.
It's like he's drinking a glass of glue.
Dawn, your comments, my love. But by the way, the hormones or whatever you're pumping into your body to grow breasts or coconuts as they call them, can that be healthy for the child?
You're asking the wrong person. I have no idea.
Like, are they going to grow up with like 7 heads? Like, what?
Dawn, do you care to take this guy to task?
On a serious note, I would say that if you look up the studies on this, and he does mention this to his credit. So the truth is that babies they rely on you if you're. I mean, I breastfed my boys
until they were 19.
and I know it's like my husband was teasing like, "Hey," when he could say, "Hey, Mom, where's lunch?" But seriously, they were a year. David was over a year, and they were big, hungry baby boys.
Yep.
So they're drinking a lot of milk, and they're hungry, and it's cruel to make them because they have to work for that, and so that means that they would have to suck harder, they would have to work harder and get less. If you look at all the studies, they say they doubt that the milk produced would ever be sufficient for a baby, and so some of these individuals say, well, this is all about the transgender woman to have the experience to chest feed when the baby is, so it's cruel. It's actually cruel to make that baby, they're sucking as hard as they can. They're getting nothing.
Working harder and
they're
getting less.
a hungry baby. So
it's gross.
It's like being an adult in today's economy.
Ew. And so that's just to me, it's child abuse.
What? Trans stuff aside, what percentage? Because I'm just going to totally take a shot in the dark here.
Yeah.
What percentage of women in 2024 breastfeed today? I've got to imagine it's at an all-time low. Would be my assumption. You think most women today have their children bottle fed?
I'm looking it up. It does say if you can do it, 56%.
56%.
Well, 83%. Of babies, according to, who is this? There are a couple of studies, CDC, there are a few studies I'm looking at. 83% of babies in the U.S. start out on breast milk. By 6 months of age, 56% are breastfed. And that one is American Academy of Pediatrics.
Okay.
But after 6 months, only about 24% are exclusively fed with breast milk.
I also wonder if maybe that number went back up during the pandemic with the cost of formula
and the shortages. Because you save a minimum $5,000 to $6,000 a year if you breastfeed.
Is that right?
It's a huge. Yeah, formula's expensive.
Wow.
So I always just tell people though, because there's this pressure, and that's why the whole issue of these individuals, and that, God bless you, do what you do when you're affecting a baby, but also I just feel, again, it's trying to take away from the miracle of life, of motherhood, that beautiful moment, when you're and look, dads can be there right there with you, but you know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing. And only women can do that. It's a miracle of life.
Not because of hormones. Apparently, dudes can do it too.
No, but they can't. They really can't. And that's just it. No, you cannot do this.
I said, little Johnny, suckle on my cheek.
Let me show you how it's done, Skippy.
You're sucking too hard.
Ew.
I don't think I was breastfed. I think I was bottle fed.
with Mountain Dew. That explains a lot.
No, I was bottle fed with bourbon.
Stop. Well, no, if mom's so here's the thing: if you are drinking, and some women can time this they have it down to a science.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are drinking, you should pump before you drink.
Pump before you drink.
Because the caffeine, booze, it all gets in their drugs,
All right,
medication.
So we've got pump, we've got pound.
But there's no nipple confusion. Do like a dry rub. There's no nipple confusion.
No.
If they're hungry, they'll take the bottle. They'll take the breast. Just try to do it. It saves you money and it's good.
Men know good nipples when they see them. Dawn.
Will Chris Hemsworth be canceled for this comment?
No.
He says that he thanks his wife who put aside her own dreams in support of his.
Okay.
Is that like what Harrison Butker had to say?
Well, I've got a personal story I can share after this clip about women putting aside a dream for their husband.
Cut 21, Phil, go.
I would say thank you to my beautiful wife who has been here for my entire career, basically, by my side.
Yes.
Endlessly encouraging and supportive, and it doesn't get lost upon me that she put aside her own dreams in order to support mine. And I'm, again, forever in your debt, and the fact that nothing that I do, any of these moments, the special occasions, all these events, none of it's as special without you by my side.
You know, we're living in a world where the left wants men to show more of their softer side. And then when they do and they speak and they give credit to women for their ability to put aside their career or be a homemaker, then they get vilified for that.
Yeah.
Men are under attack. And this is where we got to stand up for men here. I can give you a personal story. When I got that job offer in Nashville in 2019, my wife had been with Northampton County as a social worker for 12 years full-time, 06 to 18. She got hired. She was an intern there. So she had probably been there for about 14 years. She went from like caseworker 1 to 2 to 3 to a supervisor. She had a great job. She worked 5 minutes from home, amazing benefits, pretty darn good salary for being a government employee. And she gave it all up for me to do sports in Nashville, Tennessee. So, I give women all the credit in the world when they put aside their profession for their husbands. And by the way, I wasn't offered a ton of money to go to Nashville either, so it wasn't like a financial no-brainer. You got to start giving these women credit, and when men speak up, I'm tired of these people getting criticized for it.
I'm not saying he is going to get
but somebody will
criticized
be.
for
Yeah,
it,
but you're
I'm,
right. Somebody will be hot and bothered by it. Yes.
Oh yes, the woman has to take the back seat to. By the way, the money that Chris Hemsworth is bringing in, I would take a back seat to him. Like it's.
I would marry Chris Hemsworth for the money he's making.
Come on. Like it's not like he's making 60 and she's making 50.
No.
You know what I mean? Like maybe 60 million.
Yes.
And her name's Elsa Pataki or Patake.
Yeah.
She's a beautiful
I'm sure
Spanish
she is. I'm sure
actress.
she is.
They have a couple kids. She was in Fast and Furious.
Oh, yeah.
I
remember her.
Gorgeous actress.
Is she a homemaker now? And are we
Yeah.
going to? Oh, she is. Okay.
Yeah.
And they have, I think they have 2 boys.
Yeah, the Fast and the Furious movies kind of jumped the shark after like the 12th one.
Dawn, Thor, your thoughts?
I love Thor. Thor, Hercules, fabulous.
It just
makes me love him.
It just makes it even better that accent too, right?
Thank you, Thor.
Yeah. Believe it or not,
who's sexier,
Okay.
Jason Kelsey or Thor?
Oh God,
this is a tough contest.
Sexier, Jason Kelsey or Thor?
Because I love Jason Kelsey.
I'll go Thor.
Nick.
Jason Kelsey might be sexier.
I was not supposed to comment on that. Sorry about that, folks.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to watch these videos along with the audio that you're listening to over the radio or on the Odyssey app. Please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button as well. I know we always call out the media for never calling out Joe Biden's lies, but guess what, guys? There was a time not so long ago where they did. It was all within our lifetime. This was in the Wayback Machine. Let's go back to 1988 when Joe Biden originally ran for president, lost spectacularly. there was all kinds of issues about him lying about his record, his stats, his colleges, all of that stuff. The stuff he does now, but the media kind of called him out back then.
Right.
You'll see Sam Donaldson in this clip. There's a name you haven't heard in a while. Dan Rather on some of those evening news broadcasts. This is something we're going in the Wayback Machine for. Cut 20, Phil. Go.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship. Went back to law school and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only needed 123 credits.
Biden now concedes he did not graduate in the top half of his law school class, that he does not have 3 degrees from college, and that he was not named outstanding political science student in college.
Newsweek says Biden actually went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and won only 1 degree, not 3.
And took out 2
Biden
loans.
ranked 76th in a class of 85 at the University of Syracuse Law School. I mean, this guy comes off this whole thing as a flyweight.
Now Biden says Newsweek is right. His memory had failed him.
And I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
Geez, he has more hair now than he did in 1988.
Of course.
But another fabrication.
Hair plugs.
Yeah. Joe Biden saying he finished in the top. And by the way, bragging that you finished in the top half of your class is nothing to brag about.
But do you notice the pattern there of, my memory? Like he was 40 years old there. You know what I mean? Like his memory failed him, really?
Yeah. I mean, maybe whatever he's dealing with now, maybe it's slow. That was the point where it slowly started. But he is a total, he is such a fraud. Everything about the guy.
So let me ask you guys a question. Since we've seen this pattern over the years, is it dementia or is he just lying?
I think he's a pathological liar. I think he's got it so bad that if you remember the steroid scandal in baseball, and Roger Clemens, I'll never forget this, 23 years ago, during those federal investigations into the steroid lab in the Bay Area. I mean, Clemens was so adamant that he never took performance-enhancing drugs and steroids that many experts were saying he sells it so adamantly that you almost start to believe it as truth from him. Like, he actually believes he never did it, even though he did do it. Like, I think that's what Joe Biden is. He takes lying as a politician to the umpteenth degree.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. It's like me saying I graduated from Nashville School of Law. Like, dude, I was there for 90 days.
He's always been a liar. It was just that we had media in the 80s.
And this was before fact-checking became an industry.
That would call him out on it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So because they didn't want him to be president at that time. You know what I mean? So they had no skin in that game.
Wow.
Now he just turns it. Now he's Uncle Joe, who's just like, he embellishes some stories or his entire life.
It's unreal.
He embellishes his entire life.
He knows how to play the game.
Be here later today.
In Philadelphia, yes.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, with Kamala on the they were on the abortion tour. Now they're on the black tour.
Yeah. Oh, that's what they have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if they get, they're not wrong.
No.
In trying to secure the woman vote and secure the African American vote, they see a path to victory that way, and I don't think they're wrong.
There is no bigger state of importance in this election than Pennsylvania. It's just not. You can look at it from electoral votes of 20. It's worth more than Georgia. It's worth more than Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina. And it's from a polling standpoint, it's not working. It's not penetrating. But come November 5th, if they win, it will have paid off.
Well, the closing arguments for the Trump trial were heard yesterday. As both of you mentioned earlier, they were wrapped up at like 7 or 8 o'clock last night.
8.
The verdict will be in the jurors' hands. They're going to deliberate, I guess, starting today. What do we think, guys, as far as a timeline on when we're going to go back? Honestly, I think we're going to see it this week.
Yeah, by Friday for sure. I'm hoping we get it Thursday. Gives me an easy big take for Friday.
Psychologically, because the weather is so beautiful this weekend, And it's, think about the weekend. We debut with June 1st on Saturday.
Yeah.
Gorgeous
80
weekend
degrees,
weather,
yep,
right?
Yep.
And so if they were facing this cold, dreary, rainy weekend, I just psychologically, I think that all matters for the jury, that they'll say, let's wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I think the sooner they come back is bad news for Trump. If they return in 35 minutes, guilty. If it's 4, 5, 6 hours, it's hung jury or not guilty. I will say this, if they do wrap it up this week, and let's just say he's found not guilty or it's a hung jury, and let's say that comes down Friday, expect Donald Trump to hit the longest tee shot of his life Saturday afternoon off the first tee box. Because if you're found not guilty and you're feeling good, or a hung jury, which is a de facto victory for Trump, you got to feel like momentum-wise, you set the tone with the first case, the other 2 or 3 that are still pending.
Yep.
Boy, that's a nice round of golf on Saturday. You're going to be feeling in good spirits.
Well, Jonathan Turley and Shannon Bream from Fox News were both at the courthouse yesterday. They joined Brett Baer last night to discuss all of this. This is cut 23. Phil, go.
You're losing. So if you go too far down these roads, you sometimes lose jurors who think, why is there an over-explanation of all these things we've already heard about?
Jonathan, the most important thing, perhaps, is how the judge instructs the jury, what he tells them they have to do, their instructions as they head into the deliberation. Let's just say it could go either way. Obviously, it could be a hung jury, it could be an acquittal, it could be a conviction. If it is a conviction, is there an appellate process fast enough that would deal with things prior to an election?
Well, first of all, I think that of those options, an acquittal is fast-moving outside the realm of possibility. I think it's just extremely unlikely. I think the choice between a hung jury and an outright conviction, I still think that this is such a weak case, one has to give a nod to a hung jury. But if there is a conviction, and that would not necessarily surprise many of us, no, I don't think that this could make it through an appeal before the election, at least to a final appeal. You can't just, I think, leap over the New York appellate system, try to get to the Supreme Court. There are many, in my view, reversible errors here. I think they're very serious. I think that Merchan is not going to be able to correct all of them in these instructions. And every indication is that, so far, is that these instructions will greatly favor the prosecution. And as Shannon said, there was a huge disadvantage in this system of having the defense go first. For most of us who don't practice here, it's almost unthinkable because it means the defense can't respond to some of these really sweeping statements, in my view, improper statements being made by the prosecutors. They will also have an advantage by going long today. They may try to run this towards 8, which means that if the drop dead date or time is 7, the last thing this jury will hear before instructions will be an hour of their closing argument. That's ideal for the prosecutors. So I think for the defense, they'd like to run this as late as necessary to keep the prosecution from getting the last word right before the instructions.
Wow, okay. So I did not know that in New York that the defense goes first in closing arguments, which is a very interesting tidbit there from Turley. Also, you talk about this appeals process, and he's right. You're not going to be able to just leapfrog over other things and rise to the top of the list and be next in line, so to speak. So we've talked about this in the past, though. Trump can't be in 2 places at once. So if this goes through the appeals process and it's not going to be done before the election, what does that mean for the other 3 trials? That's a question I think that needs to be answered.
I don't know that the other 3 trials will ever actually get underway
before the election. You mean?
I think this is it, and this is what they're that's why the pressure is on Juan Merchan. By the way, House Republican Conference Representative Elise Stefanik has just filed a misconduct complaint.
I saw that
against Judge Juan Merchan over the so-called random assignment. She says it was not random that he was assigned to Trump's trial.
Ooh.
And so she's alleging that that the fix was in.
Okay.
All right. At 8:08 here in the morning, are we all ready to weigh in on our predictions for the outcome of this?
Absolutely. I live for predictions. I say hung jury.
Nick says hung jury. Dawn Stensland.
I hope it's a hung jury.
What do you think? Not what you hope. What do you think?
They don't. What I think is that they may, out of the 34 felony counts, I think they'll come back with guilty on some of the accounts, but not all. I think that's what they're going to do. If they can come to any agreement, it'll be over because it's 34 counts. And so will they say, well, it looks like he must have known or he falsified, at least one of those business records. That would not surprise me if they came back, and that's what nobody's talking about. They do have the option of a mixed verdict.
Yeah, I know they do, but I don't know if that's a huge possibility though, right?
I haven't heard it discussed a ton.
No, they haven't discussed it a ton, but what I'm looking at, okay, if it's a regular jury like somewhere in Ohio, it's an acquittal. If this is a no-brainer,
sure,
right?
The politics play into this for sure.
Or Florida or, any other state.
Right.
But it's Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
And these,
but I thought New York was Trump country, guys.
These jurors
weren't you guys all saying that he's going to win New York? Not you guys, but you know what I mean? Like, if it's Trump country, then he should be great.
But these people live there. They know that the
he
pressure.
He has the South Bronx, right?
They have to face. They had De Niro out there reminding them that every New Yorker knows who you are, and everywhere you go, everybody's going to remind you if you don't come back with something that's a guilty verdict.
Well, this is why jury selection is so important. I mean, you're basically picking who your referees and officials are. You want somebody that's going to be able to referee the game and officiate it that's fair and not biased, beyond what the judge, because the judge is the ultimate referee at the end of the day. But the jury, it's in the hands of the jury. And the one thing that I think is comforting, if you are rooting for, or if you're just looking at the rule of law and you have the belief that they have not met the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, there's two attorneys on this jury. I would like to think, and I know, look, Michael Cohen was an attorney, so attorneys can be scumbags, right? And they can disregard the law, and they can have vendettas. We've seen that. I would like to think that two lawyers will sit there and say, well, you know what, in law school we were taught X, Y, and Z, and the prosecution just hasn't done enough for me to come back and say conviction.
All right, so Dawn, you're saying... Why are your answers always complicated? So what's the bottom line that you're saying?
I'm saying it'll be a mixed verdict.
Okay.
That they're going to find
Whatever
him.
The hell that means.
What it means is that of the 34 felony counts, I believe that this Manhattan jury will find him guilty of at least one count of something in there. They'll return a mixed bag.
Okay.
Well, he won't be fully acquitted.
So who wins
but
tonight,
it'll be the lesser.
Who do you got tonight, Dawn? The Phillies or the Giants?
It's this afternoon, by the way.
This afternoon at 3:45. I think the Phillies will win today. They won't get swept for 3.
All right, I'm picking a guilty verdict.
All right, so you got guilty.
Guilty on all 34 counts.
Yes.
Greg is guilty, and I'm hung.
I don't think he's going to be guilty on all 34.
This legal analyst on CNN of all places, say the prosecution fell way short of proving the case against Trump. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Randy, what Michael's getting at is the burden of proof is an important one to remind everyone. It's on the prosecution, right? They need to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Donald Trump broke the law. And you think, after listening to all of this, you think they fell short. How?
They fell way short because let's start with reasonable doubt. What is reasonable doubt? And it's not simply a doubt based upon reason. Anytime a human being needs to make an important decision in life, if you have enough information, for example, doctor says you need open heart surgery. Doc, go ahead and schedule. I don't have a reasonable doubt. Conversely, if I say, I appreciate it, but I need a second opinion, I need more information, that is having a reasonable doubt. There is reasonable doubt all over this case. Where is Keith Schiller? Where is Alan Weisselberg? How did Michael Cohen get away with stealing $30,000? Hold a pity party for him. Made $4 million on this. Thought he'd be chief of staff. He's a fixer. If the plumber comes to my house to fix my leak, I could be home. That doesn't mean I know how he's doing it and what it's taking to be fixed. Stormy Daniels, let's hold a pity party for her. Why do we need to know whether or not the former president wore a condom or not? It's simply about, did the former president know that books, his records, false entries, for legal fees, Michael Cohen was his lawyer. Did he intend to cover up the election or to protect his family? It's everywhere.
That's Randy Zellin from, he's a defense attorney for CNN.
I agree with a lot of what he said. Richard Notaro says, I predict the jury will convict because you should never underestimate the hatred of Donald Trump amongst those with TDS.
By the way, everybody's saying, oh, of course Greg says he's guilty. It has nothing to do with my personal beliefs of the trial. I just think that a jury is going to find him guilty in New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as simple as that.
And sadly, this is not a, robotic, computer-generated scientific process. This is 12 human beings. You're judged amongst your peers, as they say, and you'd like to think that people will only look at the facts, but with human beings, sometimes people can't put feelings and emotions to the side and just view things objectively. But that's our justice system.
By the way, if they say he's not guilty on all counts, let's say they determine not guilty, that's the verdict on all 34, under the New York Constitution, Alvin Bragg cannot retry him.
Right. Well, that would be double jeopardy, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if it's not guilty, they can't retry him. But if it's a hung jury, they could.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still going with the fact that because they have to go through each and every one of those 34 counts, it's kind of confusing because you have, did he falsify the business record by cutting the check or by going through the business receipt? I think that in there somewhere, if they really, in the back of their mind, they know this is all bogus, because you would have to be an idiot not to know that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's why I keep thinking it's a Manhattan jury. They gotta go to their local grocery store. They gotta answer their neighbor, their whatever. I just think they're gonna come back, at least on one of those counts. There's something in there. They're gonna say, yeah, he knew that he was doing such and such. So yeah, even though maybe he didn't want to defraud, but yeah, he was trying to cover something up. So let's just make him guilty on one of the counts.
I don't know, guys. I think the prosecution has done a good job of, not a good job, but I think they've done a job, I guess, of tying all of these together. That is really hard to say guilty on one, but not guilty on another. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I can see that.
That's why I think it's going to be all or nothing. Now, the hung jury obviously is a great possibility too,
Mm-hmm.
because can you get one or two people that that don't agree with this? Then yeah, I can see that as a possibility.
Well, I would love to be a fly on the wall for those deliberations and just hear what people are saying and who's unable to be convinced. I typically think, for the most part, and I don't know that there's a number to it, but I think most of the time that justice in this country is served. I do think most of the time juries get it right. But Greg, you illustrated 30 years ago. I mean, OJ was as guilty as sin, and he was found not guilty. So these things do happen. But I want to ask this question,
and that was all vendetta.
Oh, of course.
By the way, that was all vendetta. So that's why I'm saying, and yes, I know, your president is a case from 30 years ago. Yeah, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, there's a lot of the same.
Yeah, the jury voted on emotion.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
You had Mark Furman, a noted racist.
Yes. That
and the Rodney King riot.
But the better case is former Senator John Edwards, because there are a lot of similarities in that case. What was it, 2012? The jury was a hung jury on 5 counts of campaign finance fraud and conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hung jury that came back on Senator John Edwards. I think that's the better comparison.
We haven't had this conversation yet, and I don't know that we have time to do it, but I just want to bring it up because it is top of mind. What happens if he is found guilty? I mean, the reality is this. Isn't it? Aren't we at the point now, because we're at the point where juries are deliberating? Yeah. Like, what's going to happen in this country if he's found guilty?
They're saying there's an article yesterday saying that the Secret Service are prepping like jail cells.
Yeah, and I'm not
but
even.
That's not. I mean, guys,
but they have to do that.
Yeah,
that's their job.
He's not going to jail. Like, stop.
But
Stop with this.
But Juan Merchan, who has it out for him, the 34 felony counts, I have to say it properly. He could face up to 4 years behind bars.
Right.
And so this judge, and I think it's significant that Elise Stefanik filed this against the judge to say they're supposed to randomly choose the judge. She's saying there's a violation. They did not randomly choose the judge, therefore they did not follow the law. So she's filed that with the Inspector General.
But I'm also wondering what happens out in free society if he's found
Nothing.
guilty.
He can still run. He can be the GOP nominee. I think.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
they'll file the appeal.
What are citizens in society going to do?
Great question.
We had, we've learned a lot about what really happened on January 6th. Yeah, there was a few bad actors for sure, but we also know about how many feds there were potentially undercover, Ray Epps. We've seen additional footage. We've learned a lot from what the mainstream media portrayed 3.5 years later. If Trump is found guilty, how do a lot of people react beyond just, potentially voicing their displeasure, protesting? Are we going to see a repeat of this? My guess is not, because if they get what they want, they being the system and the establishment, they finally get this guy out of their hair and he's out of the political arena. But what happens if he's found guilty in any of these cases? Like, those are conversations that I think are worth having, because the day could come where something else happens, and we're talking about that for 4 straight hours on this show.
By the way, I'm, for all the haters on Twitter and YouTube.
Oh, they're out in full force today?
They're all after me.
They were up my butt on Monday.
I'm on record saying that all of these cases, the American people should decide the fate of Donald Trump. Meaning on November, what is it, 5th? 6th?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Absolutely.
That should be, the be-all, end-all of everything. Let the American people decide and be done with it. I'm just telling you what I think the outcome of this case is going to be. So don't yell at me because I can't believe you're going to say it's guilty. No, I just in my
it's a
gut,
legit possibility.
That's what I think is. I think the less. I think the least likely outcome is not guilty.
Yeah.
That's the least likely. I could see guilty and I could see hung jury. The least likely outcome is not guilty.
Yeah. The same people that are up your keister right now were all over me on Monday over my Memorial Day tweet.
What'd you do?
It's my mistake because it was one word. My tweet was, "Happy Memorial Day to all. Thank you to all the countless selfless veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice."
Because you said happy.
Because I said happy. Yeah. I got lectured by 14 people. There's nothing happy about today. I'm like, I'm sorry. I said happy. Yeah.
Can I just say one more thing? Yeah. Stay off social media. Thank you.
I'm contemplating retirement.
Seriously.
Not from radio, but from social media.
See.
Might retire.
I honestly think we all should.
I might just hire somebody and put them on the payroll and let them handle it for me.
There's nothing good that comes out from any of your tweets.
You think whoever does Joe Biden's Twitter can do mine as well?
Jake Tapper said this. So this is, I'm playing a lot of CNN. There's somebody that I'll probably play in Kutchi Part 2 coming up on NBC, who said that the defense did a very good job, and they don't know if the prosecution have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that even if they he's guilty. So this is what Jake Tapper said. This is cut. Oh, where are we? 15 here, Phil. Go.
Because I don't know that they have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that even if you believe the prosecution's theory of the case, that Michael Cohen was doing this and Alan Weisselberg was doing that and McConney was doing this and all these people were doing all this stuff, I don't know that they've proven that Donald Trump knew.
They have not.
Yeah.
They absolutely have not. And I think
that right there is the key.
Yeah.
Is the key.
Yeah, well, one of the elements is knowingly, and he did not knowingly have information.
He didn't put his fingerprints on it, to be honest.
But that's why I said, that's why I fear that they could say, well, the gloat, you can't forget the gloat, the greatest liar of all time. It was a great quote.
It was.
By his attorney Blanche. But
Zioli said it about 16 times yesterday. I'm sorry.
Go on. I was at track practice, so I didn't hear him yesterday, unfortunately. But I will say that Judge Merchan, I was just looking up the other option. He could do a directed verdict and just take it into his own hands. So that can happen too. So there is so much that could happen. I just hope they do the right thing, or I just hope there's one person, because they have to go through the 34 counts and all 12 jurors have to agree on each and every one of those. So I'm just hoping there's just one jury who just can't, one juror.
Could you imagine that? The outrage in this country if he takes it into down the direction of a directed verdict, knowing what we know about this judge.
Yeah.
Why don't you just come out and say I'm biased? Yeah. Right.
Wendy writes, Greg, it's fine. You say guilty. You are 95% wrong on most things. Okay. That's cute, but I was right in 2020. I was right in 2022. I was right in 2023. Can everybody on the show agree that I was right with all three of those things?
Since I've been here, yeah, you've been fairly accurate.
So thank you, Wendy.
Maybe you can replace Frank Luntz and James Carville.
By the way,
you have any aspirations to be a pollster strategist?
This isn't sports radio. We're like predict an outcome. I don't know any more than you guys do. I'm just giving you my opinion. Jesus. By the way, Bree writes, if not for social media, I would not know about this show. So thank you. So there you go.
So there is some benefit.
There is one person who knows about the show because of social media.
So she's defending Nick
about doing the
right.
Yeah.
About retiring?
No, that we need to stay on social media.
She was defending you because Greg said stay off social media.
Yeah. A lot of people out there just don't like social media.
I will point out that I think Representative Elise Stefanik, I love that she filed that complaint against the judge because it does put him on notice that today, when they come in, he has to give his instructions to the jury, and those instructions are critical. And so he knows in the back of his head going in that they have watchdog groups, that he will be under review.
Yeah.
And he's under the microscope. Does that change things? Does it make put him back on the rails a little bit? We hope. But his instructions are critical as far as what the jury believes that they're allowed to consider, not consider. And then, so today's Wednesday. Can they really get this done? Let's say they get it after lunchtime. You know what I mean? So you have the rest, half of Wednesday, then Thursday, then would it be Friday night?
Right. It's a good question.
That's tough.
Yeah, I believe that it'll probably be like a 2:00 Friday.
A news dump?
2:00 Friday, I think. That's what I'm predicting.
This is such a big story. I don't know that you could do it at any time where it would be deemed a news dump, right? I mean, if they did it at 7:30 on Friday night, like the whole world might, like, because we can't get off social media, people would know right away.
It's one of the benefits of being live and local. Now all day long, by the way.
Yeah, so will it happen? Yeah, I think maybe it would happen at the end of the Dom show or during the Zioli show on Friday.
I think 2:00. I think it'll happen.
You think it'll happen 2:00?
Yeah, around 2:00
on Friday.
Yeah.
By the way, what time are we live and local till now?
All day.
So that's
24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. Well, not local, but we're live 24 hours a day.
In a day and age where not many stations are doing that anymore, or as much as they used to be. It's pretty good. It's good work out of us.
Yeah. Thank you.
My old Nashville station just whacked another local show and threw on a syndicated show.
Well,
great job. That'll work out.
While other radio stations are cutting people and cutting shows, we're adding.
Yeah. So for everybody that was fearful out there, just relax. We're good. We're gold. We're great.
We should break so we can get time for Tony Bruno.
I'm going to make that on a shirt. We're good, we're gold, we're great.
But we're not the gloat.
But we're not the gloat.
There's only one gloat.
That's right. And there's only one goat, and his name is Tony Bruno. And he's down in Florida right now getting ready. He's probably got his headset on. He's got either a Frank Rizzo shirt or a Phillies shirt on.
I can see him. He does have his headset on.
I knew he would.
Why don't you guys put him up on the YouTube screen and just have him wave? Can you do that?
That's my favorite version of Bruno. A Bruno I can see. I just don't have to hear.
There he is. There he is.
Look at him.
There he is.
He's waving. He's like Fetterman. Good night, everybody.
All right, we'll do this. What? On the other side?
Yeah, we'll do that on the other side. Do I have some bills to pay here myself?
I'm doing this.
I'll let you handle it.
NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures. I said I'm taking the Mavericks tonight, Game 5, plus 4.5. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
She was there at the bar. She heard my guitar. She was long and tall,
I'm not sure if he's at the bar, and I don't think he has a guitar, but he has a mic, and he's internationally known on the microphone. He's the great Tony Bruno, and he's brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, where you can explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, which we were just in last week for Kayal Pool Karaoke, the Discovery, the Range Rover models, all of them today. Schedule a test drive. Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. To find yours today, Tony Bruno looks like he's in summer vacation mode. Tony B, I'm digging that shirt today, brother. How are you?
Thank you. I'm in vacation mode, but we have a I think Pete Buttigieg was correct when he went on CBS and talked about 7 supercharging stations built on $7 billion, and it will be done in 100 years if at this pace. But here we're having a record heat wave, and I believe climate change is real, and I'm enjoying it by going outside, drinking a lot of water, sitting out, working on my tan, and watching my house being built. So there's your recap of what happened here in Southwest. And seriously, we're talking temperatures in the 90s for like 10 consecutive days, and that's just the temperature. With the humidity, it's going to feel like it's in the 100s. So don't come, as Joe Biden once said, or stop or don't. Just use a variety of don't or don't come. A lot of people are leaving now. They're going back to Minnesota where the weather's normal. But I'm going back to Wildwood. I think if the Trump jury finds him guilty, there will be rioting in Sea Isle, Ocean City, and Wildwood this weekend.
Yes, indeed. So you've been obviously paying attention to this story and obviously this case. We just went on the record. We gave our predictions. Greg has a guilty verdict. I have a hung jury. Dawn has a lot of nuanced and context behind her opinion of some guilty on some verdict, but not others. Right now, your best guess, your best gut feeling, what are you feeling right now? Do you think they come back hung jury, acquittal, or conviction?
First of all, I think we should, and I'm not a guy who likes to cancel things or ban terms. The term hung jury is offensive to me. You know, William Hung, is he going to come out and sing she bangs, she bangs?
Stop.
When the hung jury happens? Why is it called a hung jury? Nobody's hung.
Well,
they're hung
seriously,
up.
does anybody explore, any legal minds out there exploring why it's called a hung jury?
It's a good point. I'm going to try to send Jonathan Turley a text during the next commercial. I'm going to need some explanation on that one, sir.
Get Michael Cohen on the line. Yeah.
Get Michael Cohen on the line, indeed. So do you
I don't know. You know, Dawn makes a good point, because the question is, you know, there's only one charge that matters, but there's 34 of them. And I agree. I think when this clown judge starts giving the jury instructions today, he's going to talk about taking each individual charge. And if they get him on one charge, then he would be a convicted felon. And that's what the Democrats are hanging their hats on. By the way, how about that De Niro thing? What De Niro looked like yesterday, remember Taxi Driver? I think it was his first big movie.
You looking at me?
His name was Travis Bickle. He played a character, a deranged cab driver in New York City who was absolutely insane, right? I mean, the guy, and he kept saying, he was a paranoid freakazoid who was an idiot. And now Bob De Niro, all these years later at age 80, has gone back to being the character in Taxi Driver, Travis Bickle. The guy is criminally insane. And then decency is on the ballot, we heard, right? Meanwhile, he's out there saying F you. And that's the one thing I think the biggest story of this whole thing is Trump doesn't criticize Biden's voters. De Niro and all these other lowlifes who are just typically deranged, really sick minds, like Bobby De Niro. By the way, you see all the pictures people are posting of his platform shoes that he wears in all these movies?
Yes.
Bob De Niro's he's a scrawny little, and the fact that he's calling people gangsters when his whole career has been on gangsters. I mean, who's done more gangster movies than Bobby De Niro? What a schmuck.
I can't think of one.
What a malouk. What a mook. What a stunab. What a strapper. And what a gangster.
By the way, I'm on record saying months ago, that I always felt like he was an overrated actor.
Well, yeah, everybody's saying that now, that Pacino's the far better actor than De Niro after yesterday's.
I was ahead of the curve on that.
Yeah, you were.
Can I just add that De Niro was arrested in Paris several years ago for international sex ring with underage girls and stuff. That
I
we
saw
don't-
that.
Yeah. I mean, it was this was sort of swept quietly under the carpet over here in the United States, but
Okay. Yeah, I saw that floating around yesterday as well. And
But
by the
again,
way,
back to the jury. I think De Niro. I think that the jury's going to go one by one, and that's what they do. There's 34 counts, right?
Yep. Yes,
and
that's
the
correct.
main one is what the prosecution did in its 8-hour summation yesterday. That the poor jurors at 8 o'clock last night were finally sent home, and today they'll go into these deliberation room. And they're, when they're in deliberations, they don't get to go home. So I think they want to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yesterday was like a marathon,
Right.
but I think some of the things said in last night's final summation, closing arguments by the prosecution, is that this jury is bored. They want to go home. And so it depends on how long, and the two lawyers are the key, if they say this is all ridiculous. But I think Dawn is absolutely dead on this. If they go down charge by charge, and there's 34 of them, and they get Trump on only one of them, then technically you can say he's a convicted felon. And that's what the Democrats will do. And then Joe Biden, and the thing about Joe Biden making a live announcement as soon as this happens is just, it's even more ridiculous than sending De Niro and those cops. Those are the kind of cops that that Philly DA Larry Krasner would go after and put in jail.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of cops that Larry Krasner likes, the bad cops. Right?
Well
No,
said.
actually, he's supposed to go after those guys. He goes after good cops, but he leaves the bad cops alone. And those two clowns showing up yesterday, I mean, it was just a joke. By the way, people are wondering about the one guy with a little mustache who was seen with Sam Bankman-Fried and also as a bodyguard yesterday. Well, he's an actor who's also a former police department official, and he's paid to be a guy who handles crowd control. So he was there at the Sam Bankman-Fried jail thing when they took him out. And he was there yesterday with De Niro because he appeared in a De Niro movie.
yeah, he was standing right over his left shoulder, right? I knew
but
that
he's
face
like a
looked familiar.
He's a high-paid, not bodyguard, but a guy to make sure everything's under control. So people are wondering why they keep seeing that guy.
Yeah.
He's an actor, and he's also a former police, and he's a high-paid private detective personal bodyguard.
Okay. I'm going to have to get that guy's name because I saw that guy's face yesterday. I'm like, man, that face looks familiar. So I'm glad you
looked
pointed
him
that
up,
out.
too. I forget his name now, but he's a guy who's an actor, former cop, and now a very high-paid. He's a, what do they call it? High-income asset.
Oh,
He protects high-income assets.
Ah, gotcha. Tony Bruno.
By the way, De Niro was great in Bronx Tale. That was
He
the
was.
I agree with
Yeah,
Patty
true.
Perks on
That's
the
a great movie.
That movie where he was not a thug. That's
Right.
the only movie I can remember De Niro being in.
He's a good
where
guy.
he's not a gangster.
Yep.
Calling other people gangster may be the dumbest move of his career.
Well, and Tony, the worst part is you're 80 years old, you're 5'3", and you're walking around New York like a tough guy. By the way,
with a mask on.
Yeah, and did you see the zoom in of his feet? He had boots on. Where I swear he raided DeSantis's closet and took Ron's boots. You need to send Robin over there to the governor's mansion and see if she can look around in the closet and see if DeSantis is missing a pair of boots.
No, he wears the white ones, and that's what you wear down here when you're in a storm situation as we brace for hurricane season down here in Southwest Florida.
Exactly right. Tony Bruno joining us as he does each and every Wednesday here on Kayal and Company. I've got a bunch of other stories I want to get your thoughts on. Let me start with a couple of people that have been canceled, and then we've got one good comeback story. Let me start with this. Charles Barkley is probably not having the best of days these days. His show on CNN with Gayle King gets canceled, and now, of course, you've got the whole thing with the NBA on TNT and how Comcast and NBC and Peacock are coming in, and they might take away the broadcast rights. And Barkley is going off on CNN executives for the way it was released to the media that show with Gayle King that nobody in America watched ended, saying that we were not canceled, that this was a short-term show anyway, and he'd be going back to basketball in the spring. But the reality is this, Tony Bruno, whether he was canceled or it was a short-term experiment, it was a failed experiment. And nobody wanted to tune in for his political views on CNN because nobody's watching that network, period.
Yeah, and the bottom line, by the way, this was on the Mike Miscellaneous podcast, I guess.
Yeah.
That's where he went on. And, Charles and Mike have a good relationship. So he went on Mike's show. And let's be honest, you can tell because every time you see Charles on TNT, which is the best pregame, halftime, and postgame show in recorded history, Nobody does it better. And if the NBA on TNT, which is now part of Warner Brothers Discovery, and that's why he's ripping them, if they let that show go away or break that team up, that will be the biggest blunder in broadcasting history. There's no better team, no better chemistry. That's must-watch TV, even though these NBA playoffs have been unwatchable, with Eastern Conference and the Western Minnesota got a game in. But let's be honest, this has been the worst conference finals I can remember as far as intrigue or wondering what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Boston's walking through Indiana. The Knicks fans are still upset. The Rangers almost won last night, but Florida won. The bottom line is Charles Barkley's right. And what I love about Charles, and I did the same thing when I was at WIP in the early days in 1990 on the morning show, I ripped Xfinity Broadcasting for some of their decisions. And Charles is ripping Warner Brothers Discovery /TNT, which runs CNN, which runs the Discovery Channel, and which runs all of the things that they're ruining right now because they're trying to make everything. I don't know what they're trying to do, but Charles Barkley's right. And I agree with him taking on his bosses because he's got the power to take on his bosses.
Right.
He's got the power to show that these people are cretins. These are the people that will pay him, and they have to pay him to keep him on that show because it's the best show on sports television. So now he's getting into a situation where he's got a contract, and they're trying to screw him over on his contract. And he's been saying lately, "Oh, I can't wait for this to get over, so I have my 4 months off." He's telling his bosses, you know what, you're treating us like garbage, so screw you. As De Niro said to those gangster fans who he went after. He goes after the fans. That's the best part. De Niro goes after fans and calls them gangsters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, because the guy was wearing a MAGA hat, so he's a gangster. Tony Bruno with us. This story is right in your wheelhouse. When I saw this one, I'm like, if there's one man I need to have somebody opine on for 2 minutes with this story, it's Tony Bruno. A high school broadcaster was caught on a hot microphone talking dirty to soccer moms as he's broadcasting a soccer match. Awful Announcing has identified this announcer as Toby Moore, who was working for the NFHS network streaming service during
I once worked weekends there. It's a great operation, let me tell you.
We'll give you $50 a game, Mr. Bruno, and we will stream it, and you can retweet it. So he's doing this. It's a third place, so it's not even for the gold medal or first place. It's a third place match between Rose Hill and McPherson in the Kansas Class 4A state championship tournament, and this is broadcasting 101.
Who did Greg have in that? Who was his favorite?
My FanDuel pick.
Stalker had Rose Hill for the draw at plus 225. So, I mean, even as a high school broadcaster, you always have to assume your microphone is hot. Never say something that can get you in trouble when you're around a microphone. So, he says the following at the 3-minute mark of the soccer match, quote, a bonus, though, of calling high school soccer girls soccer for high school is the soccer moms. And then he's on a hot mic saying, F yeah, baby. Up top, baby. Moore says about soccer moms, the ones that's facing us. See if she can tear it the F off. I can see the legs, but I can feel the you-know-what from here. This guy, I mean, I'm not for canceling people, but when you're in this spot, I don't know how you salvage your... This might, I mean, let's be real. If this was a Major League Baseball broadcaster, Tony Bruno, this guy probably loses his job, much less high school soccer.
But this guy's pretty notable. He's been on Wheel of Fortune.
Oh,
so this
really?
guy's not just some little shrinking violet dude doing women's soccer. And by the way, we do it all the time. We watch soccer games. When I would go to Little League games with my kids, who doesn't check out the hot moms?
Well, that's why you wear sunglasses.
It used to be the Little League moms. Then soccer moms became the big thing. You wanted to see who was coming out of that minivan, out of that Chrysler. What was the upscale? Because they had the Plymouth.
The Chrysler Town and Country.
Wasn't the Honda minivan?
Was the creme de la creme of what do you call them? What do we call those things?
Chrysler minivan? I don't know. I thought it was
the soccer moms would throw their kids in there, and they
I
would
call
go
it the Honda Odyssey minivan.
Courtesy of the Piazza Auto Group.
Exactly right.
Watch the tram car.
No, that's what they were saying. They watch the thug car, what they were saying in Wildwood last weekend on the boardwalk. But I digress. So anyway, I love this guy is speaking for all of us. And again, who's listening to a soccer game
Nobody.
on some fringe network
on a streaming service?
This isn't like Kayal and Company where the whole world's
Yeah,
listening.
baby. Yeah.
This is a fringe little soccer tournament where if this guy, by the way, it wasn't even live, I don't think.
Right.
I think it was taped.
Somebody recorded it and then posted it.
Exactly.
Oh, somebody set him up.
Yeah, they wanted to cancel him.
The B set him
As
up.
the great former mayor and then was reelected of Washington, D.C. Remember the mayor who got caught with hookers and blow? Bitch set me up.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody set this guy up, and now he's going to be. I think this guy's going to move on to bigger and better things because and the movie Dazed and Confused, as the great lead character said with his friend, you know what they say about them high school girls, man? We keep getting older, and they stay the same age, man.
Matthew
Yes,
McConaughey.
That's right. Caravans.
I'm with you. That's creepy. That is a creepy statement.
Yeah,
Tony.
Robin, tell him.
I didn't make that's. I'm quoting a movie. Robin.
Spanking machine, Dawn and
quoting
Robin. Handle this.
Stop quoting it.
Everybody checks out soccer moms.
Yes.
Why do you think they wear those tight tops? Why do you think they're wearing,
Yoga pants.
provocative clothing?
Yeah.
They're not there to watch their kids. They don't even know what's going on the field in soccer games.
Well, soccer is
It's
hard
just
to
let
analyze.
the kids run around. And when my kids were playing soccer at a young age up in Lower Gwynedd, I would check out the moms.
Yeah.
Because, the kids are running into each other. Nobody knows what's going on. You just worry about one of the kids running over another kid and having to take your kid to the hospital.
Uh-huh.
You're there to check out the moms. Where do you think the term wood came from?
I have
W-O-U-L-D, not W-O-O-D.
Exactly.
Wood.
I have an admission.
Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
When my son was playing soccer,
Yeah.
I was very proud of the fact that I became MILF status.
Exactly.
So I admit it. I think that there's a lot of other women out there who, when they hear that they were called a MILF, they're like, all right.
It's a badge of honor, Robin.
And by the way,
Pride.
cameraman at Crow Fishing writes, and how do you fish for crow? Pro Fishing says the cameraman in all sports games, they focus on the hotties.
Yeah, of
if
course.
you watch a live feed,
Yeah.
And you get access to a live feed where when they go to the commercials, they still leave the feed up and the announcers are in there. They cut the mics because that's where we got a lot of good content, right?
Yep.
From broadcast where the feed was on and somebody was rolling on it at home and then they'd play it back. Let's be honest. What cameraman at a baseball game, especially in the summer when all the tank tops are out, all the people are all getting all juicy and loosey and goosey. The bottom line is they always check out. What do you think they're looking for?
Yeah.
They're
Exactly.
looking for hot chicks.
Yep.
They're looking for people making out. Like when I was a kid, I'd go to Wildwood not to go rumble on the boardwalk. I'd go under the boardwalk to make out with some hottie. Now, this is when I was a teenager,
Right.
and there were other teenagers. And instead of going on the boardwalk and causing a ruckus, we'd go under the boardwalk. As the great song once said.
Yes.
Under the boardwalk. And by the way, there's a show on TV called MILF Manor.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Ooh.
That's how the world has changed. I haven't seen it yet. Is it any good? MILF Manor?
Probably get better viewers than CNN does, that's for sure. Take that to the bank.
Not many MILFs on CNN. There's a couple,
Nah.
but for the most part, they're
Just angry.
they're strappers. Do
Exactly.
we call women strappers too, or is it just guys?
You better be careful, Tony. That might get you canceled these days. But one guy that will not get canceled is anybody in the UFC because under Joe Rogan and Dana White, they value free speech. And I thought this story was very fascinating because we are certainly living in a day and age where parents are looking at school choice. There's a story in Politico. We'll probably get to this later this week about how successful DeSantis has been with school choice. So much so in the state of Florida that public schools are starting to close up because nobody's going to them. But Bryce Mitchell is a UFC featherweight, and he just had a newborn son, and he has come out and declared that his newborn son will be homeschooled and also avoiding any vaccinations. He says the following, quote, "I want to encourage everyone not to vaccinate your children because I think it's bad for their health, potentially kills them, gives them some type of ... makes them autistic." And then he says he also does not want his child to end up in public schools. From the public school standpoint, Tony, you can talk about this because you're down in Florida with DeSantis in that state, how successful this has been. I don't tell parents what to do when it comes to vaccinating their child or anything like that, but the school choice thing seems to be very popular where it's offered, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that pick up on this in the coming years.
No, you're totally right. And I remember back in the day when we watched the spelling bee contest, and we would make fun of all these Indian kids who were smarter than everybody else and would sit at home and study. Remember, oh, they're homeschool kids. They have no lives. Well, our kids now have no lives because they were stuck inside for a couple of years during the pandemic. And now people are realizing that the only people benefiting, for the most part, from the school situation is the leaders of the teachers' unions. The teachers aren't being paid. The teachers' unions are taking all the money and then giving it to political parties, mostly to the Democrats. And so I think a lot of people are seeing the light of day. And that's why here in Philadelphia, up there in Philadelphia, here in Florida, the teachers' unions are the scourge of America because we saw what they did to our kids. And they wanted the schools shut down. They didn't even want their teachers to go back to class. They wanted everything done remotely. But the remote thing, I think, exposed the teachers' unions for what they are and how they keep indoctrinating kids. No, Ruben Amaro's wife is not on MILF Manor. Come on, Ed. Is that true? I don't think so.
Not that I know of. Although I do see Ruben from time to time when I'm walking out of here at 10 o'clock going back into the parking lot. Yeah, I love Ruben. He's always down the hall a couple of days a week. Speaking of the Phillies, let's wrap with this. We got about 30 seconds left. 2 in a row they've lost to the Giants. We're talking about the Phillies. They've lost 4 of the last 5. Just a little regression to the mean. You have to assume that this team was going to cool off a little bit, right?
Yeah, and the Giants are playing great. They were horrible at the end of the year. People in San Francisco were going crazy. Now the Giants have put it together. They were ripping Bob Melvin, who used to coach the A's and now coaches the Giants. It happens. Teams get hot, but the Phillies are stone cold right now. And I don't mean good stone cold. I mean bad. They've gone, the entire team now has shut down. They've gone into Operation Shut. It's not even June yet, because normally they talk about the June swoons.
Yeah.
But right now the Phillies are lifeless. They're out on the West Coast. They went to Colorado and got swept. And so this happens in a long season. So everybody was going crazy. You know that the Phillies now have cooled off because the local sports stations are now doing Eagles 24/7. Let's get it back to the Eagles, Nick. Stop talking about the Phillies now until they go on another hot streak or to the All-Star voting. Bottom line is, it's not football talk yet, fellas, or ladies, or gentlemen, or moms and dads. It's still baseball season. And whatever's left of this Stanley Cup and the NBA. NBA has become unwatchable now. I'm sorry.
Tony, are you trying to say you don't miss May NFL talk where you're breaking down a guy in shorts and a T-shirt running patterns against no defense?
No, Tuesday morning, right? We come back from Memorial Day weekend, and I look on my Twitter feed is still. And by the way, they charged me $8 for my count that they canceled.
Yeah, are you still whacked on both feeds, by the way?
Yeah, so I get a notice yesterday in my email. We have just taken $8 out of your account for your account so you can be verified. How am I verified if my account is inactive? They took away all my follows, all my followers, and people I follow. I'm down to 0, and yet they still charge me $8 because I was getting money from Twitter, like $60 every couple of months, and now they're still charging me when they shut me down.
It's an outrage.
I need to get Trump's lawyer on here. I need to get Judge Mershon to sit on my behalf and condemn Twitter for taking money despite suspending my account and banishing me once again into obscurity.
You need to hire Todd Blanche and Elena Haba.
Well, Elena Haba can represent me any day, as long as it's outside poolside at Mar-a-Lago, which is only about a 2-hour drive from where we're sitting right now.
All right.
And by the way, if Trump's acquitted, I may take a ride to Mar-a-Lago this weekend.
Yeah?
I may jump in the family truckster and head on out there and join the big party at Mar-a-Lago this weekend. It's going to be off the chains, off the charts, off the heezy fo sheezy.
My God. All right, get out of here. Great shirt, great segment. I love you, brother. Enjoy the Phillies day game today.
See you, Tony.
It's not the heat. It's the stupidity that will get you all the time.
Exactly right. Tony Bruno live from Florida each and every Wednesday. To say he was ready to go today would be the understatement of the year. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to a big 3 from Dawn, and then I'm going to get to this Bob Casey story, as well as Richard Dreyfuss upsetting fans with gender comments. More people triggered over facts and opinions and free speech. It's the final hour of Kayal and Company, and it's coming up next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I hope you're feeling good, especially with the weather warming up. What a beautiful weekend in store as we begin June 1st on Saturday, 80 degrees. You got to get out and enjoy this summertime weather. But what if you can't? What if that joint pain is stopping you, preventing you from getting out there and living your best life? This is the best time for being outdoors, but not if your knees or maybe your shoulders, your back. What about your hips? If they're just aching, don't suffer any longer. You don't have to because of non-surgical joint pain relief. It's here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and, yes, repair that damaged joint tissue so that you can walk, run, hike, play golf, play Frisbee with the dog, the kids on the beach, whatever it is, but it's all pain-free. You are good to go with QC Kinetics. They're under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Shinecup. So he's a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. Check him out. They have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients, so many of you reclaiming your mobility. Maybe you thought that's not possible. It is. Just call QC Kinetics now. Get a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
So many financial firms claim to be fiduciaries, but do any of them provide legally binding documentation to put your best interests first? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the nation that records all financial meetings, making your meeting legally binding.
Lou Marinucci, Langhorne, Pennsylvania. When the market goes down and then Wall Street still makes money, they're looking out for themselves more than they're looking out for you as the client. It's not a fiduciary responsibility. I don't have that problem here with Crash Proof Retirement. Crash Proof Retirement can assure their customers that they will come out on the positive side because by recording their meetings, it makes them legally bound to do exactly what they say. And that's what a fiduciary is supposed to do.
Guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get slimmer for this summer without any shots. NJ Diet is nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. You will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully monitored the entire time, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware. Or NJ Diet is available from home with live online video consultations. Lose the weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. Or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer for the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Is your IRS tax debt making you feel anxious? The professionals at Allies Tax Relief are ready to negotiate your fresh start. Call them now. 800-230-5174.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Lord Almighty, feel my temperature rising. It's burning through to my soul.
9:05. Kayal Company rolling on here. It's a Wednesday morning. Looks
Elvis.
Beautiful outside.
Yeah.
Yes. Elvis, and that is because Brian Kester has commandeered the playlist today, yesterday, tomorrow, Friday, perhaps Monday, from King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, because he donated $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation and also wanted to needle Stocker.
Well, by the way, associate producer here, Jim Kelly, just brought up a very good point. If you want to really upset me, donate right now $1,000 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation and do an all Elvis playlist. You could do
That's brilliant.
$1,000. You get the week, and it's all Elvis.
Oh, my goodness.
$1,000 right now. All you have to do is go to GregStockerSucks.com. GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation for the families of the fallen officers. Yep. It's a great cause. We raise money for them every summer. $1,000 right now to GregStockerSucks.com. You'll get an all Elvis playlist.
All Elvis. Don't be cruel. You got to donate.
Where's Linda Kearns? I know she loves
Linda,
Elvis.
Make Greg Stocker your teddy bear.
Perhaps Greg has shared a fact in the past on the air that has triggered you and led you to fire off a mean tweet or a YouTube comment. If you have deep pockets and you were offended, now's your chance for payback.
Yep.
Elvis.
Oh boy.
Could you imagine Elvis for 5 straight days?
I can't. You know how much I love these charities because I would never do this. I mean, we've had all kinds of copyright issues over the last couple of days because of all this music.
Yeah.
But it's all for a good cause. So just please donate. It doesn't have to be $1,000. If you want the Elvis playlist, it has to be $1,000. But we're at $5,401 right now.
Okay.
So let's, our goal is $20,000.
Gotcha. 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip in about 13 minutes. But right now, let's get to some of the news. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Remember Orsted? We did have a rally against the turbines over the weekend. We were all talking about the chaos at the Jersey Shore, but a lot of people might not realize they did have a rally over the weekend to make sure that they shut down those wind turbines that are still an issue along the East Coast here. So Ørsted will pay New Jersey $125 million for pulling out of those so-called wind projects. It's a settlement, but it's less than half the $300 million that Ørsted originally guaranteed if it failed to build its first, wind farm off of New Jersey's coast.
Yeah, I saw Rooney tweeting about that. Yep.
So it's a huge issue for taxpayers. Remember, they got a lot of breaks. So this is not going over well with, I think, New Jerseyans, that they were allowed to pull out and they received so much up front and all that money, etc. So following that, I just wanted to mention that one as well. We also have an Ohio billionaire planning to take a deep-sea submersible to Titanic depths to prove the industry is safer in the wake of that doomed Ocean Gate vessel. Remember we talked about this story?
I was just going to say, so this guy wants to risk, did he not pay attention to what just happened? I mean, the odds of it are probably slim, but again, I have no interest in going down to the abyss to see a busted up ship.
And doesn't it seem longer than nearly a year ago? It was June 18th, 2023, that Titan, that submersible, imploded, killing all 5 on board.
We talked about that story for 2 or 3 days. The whole nation was captivated. That was the lead story, across all the networks.
Crazy.
And that was in the stretch of, oh my God, let me just think about this for a second. March of 2023, first Trump indictment, then the whole Dylan Mulvaney fiasco. Remember then we had the Jason Aldean pushback to that song, Try That in a Small Town.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Titan submersible. Well, we had we got to do a today in Kayal and Company history.
My gosh.
And go back to some of the stories that we talked about a year ago.
You think about it, right? Because it just changes by the minute, all the news stories. This one is real estate investor Larry O'Connor of Dayton, Ohio. He said that he and the Triton Submarines co-founder Patrick Leahy are going to plunge more than 12,400 feet. That's 2.3 miles.
Yeah.
And they're going to go to the shipwreck site of the Titanic. They want to show people that this is safe because nobody has gone under. It's been nearly a year.
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking up because earlier in Kayal and Company, you were talking about how many billionaires are there. So there are 756 billionaires living in the United States of America.
And this guy's one of them?
And this guy's one of them, and he wants to go down 2.3 miles beneath the ocean.
Rich and bored is a terrible way to live your life.
Right?
Yeah, this is where you got to take up golf, man. We'll take your word for it. I'm assuming it's safe. Let's go play golf.
Well, I love that you say rich and bored. What if you're rich and bored? What's a person to do? So we had talked about an individual who, in fact, had, an extra $14,000 to play around with. Nick sent me this story. I love this story. It's great. So this is the story of an update for a story of a guy who he originally spent $14,000 to become a collie. Remember this? A dog.
Transitioned to a dog. Yeah. And the update is?
The update is he doesn't want to be a collie.
Oh.
He doesn't want to be a collie.
So is that a phase
anymore.
and a trend that the transition he went through and now he has regrets?
He has the regrets. It's weird. My phone is doing something crazy. He has these regrets about becoming a collie. He spent all the money and it looks like a real dog.
Remember that.
But now he's considering becoming a panda.
A panda. Okay.
Panda.
Right.
Or maybe some other animal.
Being a panda, it's easier to walk than as a collie. Yeah.
Yeah, because he could go up. He wouldn't have to be on all fours.
Right. Well, because when you're on all fours as a human, it's kind of hard to move around, right?
Yes.
There's a few settings where being on all fours is kind of enjoyable. But when you're trying to walk around as a human on all fours, I remember as a football player, as a kid, we used to do these drills. And we do this thing that was called the crab run. You have to get down on all fours and then sprint on all fours as fast as you could for like 20-yard bursts. And it would just kill my arms and kill my hands and kill my wrists. So if you're going through like the mental health breakdown where you think, boy, I'd love to all of a sudden morph into Lassie, you might want to think it through before you go through it.
I love it. You had also brought up Hillary Clinton, so I was trying to do a tie-in. This day in history, May 29th, 1953, Sir Edmund Hillary of New Zealand and his Sherpa of Nepal, Tenzing Norgay, became the first explorers to reach the summit of Mount Everest, which at 29,035 feet above sea level is the highest point on Earth. Remember there was that story that Hillary Clinton had said she was named after Sir Edmund Hillary, and then they figured out the timing and it was a lie.
Yeah.
I don't know. You were talking about Hillary Clinton, I think.
Yeah, blaming women for losing in 2016.
Yeah. So I just, I thought I would mention that this was Sir Edmund Hillary, the day back in May 29th, 1953. On this day also, Wisconsin entered the Union, 1848, a state that Hillary never went to.
Right. And a state that will be a state that will be in play this fall for sure. I actually take this back. I would rather we can do a poll question. Would you? What was the mountain that he tried to scale, or whoever?
It was reaching the summit of Mount Everest.
Would you rather try to reach the summit of Mount Everest or go down 2.3 miles to see the Titanic?
Mount Everest.
No, see, I'm scared of heights.
Oh, really?
Give me the Titanic any day of the week over Mount Everest. Yes. I wouldn't scale 2400 Market Street, much less Mount Everest. These people, and by the way, the amount of people that end up, with hypothermia and frostbite and, losing limbs, much less dying. If that's your goal in life is to scale Mount Everest, you got to find a hobby, man.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
That'd be kind of cool.
I'd just be petrified.
But yeah, she had long said that she was named after Sir Edmund Hillary. The problem was he became famous when she was about 6. She was already born. She was 6 years old when he climbed the summit.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right.
My excuse to weave in some of the past topics and some different topics of the day. But we are sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. 80-degree weather for most of the week and this weekend at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Summer is their season. And they're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Island Punch smoothie on this National Flip-Flop Day. Ugh. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe today from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply. Thank you, Tropical Smoothie Cafe. We'll try not to picture Nick Kayal's because he is wearing his flip-flops.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm picturing Nick at the Tropical Smoothie Cafe with his flip-flops on, a Hawaiian shirt.
Yep. Dressed like Tony Bruno, wearing my
drink.
shades.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, but if we had been smart, I should have brought you over a tropical smoothie. And
is there booze in that tropical smoothie cafe?
I was going to say, can we mix a little Tito's in there?
I was just going to say.
Yummy, yummy. Thank you, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, for bringing us this big three.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. So I've got this story here from the Daily Caller about Bob Casey, as we know, Democrat here in Pennsylvania. And the Daily Caller obtained a letter written to Casey from an anonymous individual in 2023 asking the senator about transgender youth participation in athletics. Obviously, this coming off of, the Leah Thomas story and things that we've discussed in the past. And he claims that concerns about biological men competing in women's sports are based on, quote, overgeneralized and unfounded assumptions about transgender women. Additionally, he said that any action taken to protect women's sports is a form of stigmatizing transgenders. He also goes on to say in this story, quote, all young people should have the opportunity to enjoy recreational sports and have their personal dignity respected, Casey added. In a world where transgender youth face a disproportionate risk of bullying, harassment, and violence, allowing transitioning youth to participate in athletics in their affirmed gender can provide enormous social and psychological benefits. Rather than stigmatizing vulnerable youth, I believe we can and should create inclusive and informed guidance that allows all students to flourish. So I take a big issue with this, first and foremost, because I have twin daughters. And I hope that they're never in that situation. And odds are, mathematically, they probably in all likelihood will not be. That being said, his statement is so easy to bust up word by word. Then this is exactly what I'm going to do right now. First of all, we know that men inherently have physical advantages over females. That's why we created separate sports. Because if every female was on par athletically with a male, then we would just have co-ed leagues and we would just let men and women share everything and put everything on an equal level. And he says all young people should have the opportunity to enjoy recreational sports and have their personal dignity respected. So we have to disrespect and go after the dignity of a biological female who wants to have a fair shake and have her time in the spotlight and also not have to deal with a guy in a bathroom or a locker room. And then he goes on to talk about allowing them to participate in athletics because it can provide enormous social and psychological benefits. Well, Bob, what about the psychological harm that this does to a female that has to endure a man coming into their safe space? And we talk about stigmatizing and labeling people. I don't think anybody, I shouldn't say anybody, most people don't have an issue with transgender people. But it's not going to be, you can live your life, do what you want. If you want to identify as whatever you want under the sun, as a female, as a collie, as a cocker spaniel, a cactus, I don't care. But it shouldn't be at the expense of females. And I just have to think that there's got to be some intelligent Democrats out there, and I believe that there are, even though I might disagree with their policies. I would love to know what is so important about the doubling down and tripling down on going after biological females and trying to erase their accomplishments and what females have had to endure and overcome for the last 100+ years in this country. And Dawn, you talk about Bob Casey a lot, and Dave McCormick and a lot of the grassroots stuff here at the local level. Is this merely pandering to a small percentage of society for their votes, or is this genuinely this inclusive mantra that they jam down our throats? Because I'm all for inclusion, but not at the exclusion of females. And all of a sudden, you just have to suck it up and deal with it. It's just so wrong on many fronts. And it's just, I mean, here it is. Now we've talked about this story a bazillion times, and now we've got it localized at the state level here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and I think for him to say it's unfounded and overgeneralized, that this issue is, first of all, it's even that letter that he wrote was so boring, but overgeneralized and unfounded. I just think that is such disrespect to anybody who's saying, hey, I'm a female competing in sports, whether I'm a girl, whether I'm a woman. And also there's a component of it. It's not just about the competition and that you're probably going to lose to a low energy, person who as a male athlete would be at best, in the middle of the pack.
Right.
But it's also disrespectful to say, well, you just have to stand there or sit there and take it. You just shut up and take it.
Right.
When a biological male with the full apparatus, everything hanging out in the locker room, can walk by you, whether that individual is excited, standing at attention, whatever. And that's what happened at UPenn locally, according to some of those women swimmers, to just disrespect them and dismiss them. Whatever happened to Me Too? Whatever happened to your truth? And whatever happened to believing her?
There's two things that we're just not seeing with this never-ending story. We're not seeing females transition to males and compete in men's athletics, but we're also not seeing biological men, and I think you kind of illustrated this just now, biological men that are great at sports, that transition and then compete in female sports. To your point, it's always like a middle-of-the-road male athlete or a below-average male athlete. And I'm starting to think some of this, not all of it, and not certainly in every case, but some of it is guys not being able to accept that they're just not good enough to go to the next level in sports. And they're like, well, if I compete in female athletics, I might be really, really good, if not great. Like, I don't know, maybe that's just a change in society and culture, but never once when I was an average high school football player did I think about transitioning to become a female so I could go from being middle-of-the-road high school football guy to legendary female basketball player.
Yeah.
Never entered my mind once.
But even if it does, I think there's a lane that you could say to individuals, you can run, you can do whatever, and just not compete directly against the girls and women taking their titles, taking their scholarships. But that's in, that's track, that's running or swimming. What about the times that we've seen in contact sports? We've had some severe injuries with girls. I mean, the one girl, remember, her teeth were knocked out. Another one, she suffered broken bones. So all of this is just to say, hey, you shut up, lay down and take it. You're not allowed to speak out against it. If you're injured, tough, sucks to be you. And if you go to your coach or your school principal or you complain at all, you're going to be canceled, suspended, lose a scholarship. It's icky.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it's setting back, decades of strides made by women. But you know what? As much as this is common sense and as much as most Americans agree with what we're talking about, Republicans continue to lose elections in the culture wars. So go figure. 855-839-1210, 923. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Having a beer with your boss. Some of you are under 21.
Some of us aren't under 21, so if you want to grab a cold one with me, I'm happy to do that with you.
I will not be grabbing a cold one with you.
You get high?
I don't get high.
I'm not judging.
That being said, if you want something cold to drink, we'll hook you up. Okay, thank you. Just stop talking to me.
I'm your Bill Holden in Star Trek 17.
I really don't get that reference.
Google it.
Dating a fellow intern. This is Google, not Match.com.
No, that's frowned upon also. So we'll say no to love.
We'll say no to love, yes.
Is a one-night stand considered dating?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of movie passes to see The Dead Don't Hurt for the nationwide opening. It's coming up this Friday, May 31st. From writer, director, and star Viggo Mortensen comes an epic tale of two pioneers who fight for their relationship and their lives on the Civil War-era American frontier. From Shout Studios, you can see The Dead Don't Hurt nationwide premiere this Friday, May 31st. If you can identify that movie clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. Still ahead this morning. What's on the cut sheet part due. And when we come back, major breaking news. You're not going to want to miss this. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention homeowners. You know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace.
If you've put off replacing windows because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door.
Just text DOOR to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for no dollars down, no payments, and no interest for a year.
That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month.
Text DOOR to 200-300 right now. Text the word DOOR to 200-300. Don't wait. Text DOOR to 200-300.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Crash Proof Retirement is taking an aggressive, bold step, becoming the very first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative documents that at Crash Proof Retirement, fiduciary responsibility is not just something we say, it's a legally binding guarantee that we've always delivered to the Philadelphia region.
Savannah McHugh, Montgomery County. Wall Street will tell you they're looking out for your best interest. They say that fiduciary thing, and then it goes out the window. Crash Proof is saying not only are we saying it to you, but we're going to put it on film. There's no shadow over anything that they do. That's the difference. Crash Proof Retirement has taken the time to show that they care so that we can go home, go to sleep, and not have to worry about it.
Learn why recording financial meetings validates Crash Proof Retirement's fiduciary responsibility. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The taxman's taken all my dough and left me in my stately home.
9 o'clock hour, Kayal and Company, brought to you by Stifel's CFO Services, where they offer a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit StifelsCFO.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Stifel's CFO Services be yours. We've got Anthony on the line. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Anthony, what movie did we just play for you?
The
That is correct.
Yeah, Anthony.
That is good work out of you. You've got the movie passes to see The Dead Don't Hurt, which opens up nationwide this Friday.
Awesome, thank you. And let Anthony know he's the best.
Yes, yes, we've got multiple Anthonys here at this time. Good work, Anthony. We appreciate you. Thank you for playing, and thank you for listening. All right, before we get to the cut sheet, part 2, I teased that we have major breaking news. because this audience is remarkable. And when you ask, they deliver.
Oh, no.
Greg Stocker.
Oh, no.
Get ready, baby.
Gone.
Get ready. You and your mouth.
Woo.
A $1,000 donation has just been made
Wow.
on behalf of Linda Kearns.
Linda.
To your team, bringing our total to $6,305.76.
Oh.
And congratulations to Linda Kearns.
We love
Great
Linda.
work out of Linda.
All right, so what do I have to do now? What did I stick my foot in my mouth and say, Jim Kelly, I'm blaming you. This was your idea.
Elvis
I don't
all
like
week?
it.
Yep, Elvis for a
Woo.
week.
Okay.
A week of Elvis songs. So we have roughly, 12 rejoiners a day. 60 Elvis songs?
Are there 60 Elvis
Of
songs?
course.
Well, we could just play them on loop if there's not. We're running back twice or
God.
3 times. According to you, he's only got 2
All right.
great hits.
So, all right. So, look, this is all for a good cause. I can't believe I agreed to this.
Oh my God.
Okay, Linda. By the way, what's the name of her law firm? She should get a shout out. Does anybody know?
That I do not know.
Linda Kearns Law. If it's not named Linda Kearns Law Firm, that's a sin. Let's just say it.
Thank you.
Linda's Law Firm.
Yeah. Thank you, Linda.
Law offices of Linda A. Kearns.
Okay.
Wow. Boy,
there you go.
$1,000. You know, here's what you have to do. Now we don't know strategically or calendar wise what week she will have the Elvis song. So Greg, here's if you're thinking next level, this is where you plan your summer vacation. Perhaps in July or August or around, so you don't have to hear those songs while you're, up in the woods somewhere or something.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's not
just
a bad
thinking
idea.
out for your best interest.
Yeah, I said a week. I didn't say what week.
So we're at $6,300.
No, I will not. I will. That's a huge donation. It's a great donation. You'll
survive.
I will 100% honor it. For 60 Elvis songs. Oh God.
I'm going to have to go back and look up find one of those Rolling Stone publications with the top 50 or top 100 Elvis songs of all time.
Good for you. Thank you very much. We appreciate this. Keep the donations coming, by the way. Our goal is $20,000, $25, $10, $15, whatever you can do.
Yes.
All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Just go to GregStockerSucks.com.
That is correct. All right, 9:35 Wednesday morning. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, sponsored by North to Shore Festival. Prudential presents North to Shore, New Jersey's biggest music and arts festival, June, Asbury Park, Atlantic City, and Newark. 200-plus performances, including the B-52s, Frankie Valli, Lake Street Dive, and more. The festival only Jersey could handle. Oh, I get you. Okay. The festival only Jersey could handle. Visit northtoshore.com, northtoshore.com. The number, not the number, the word too. T-O, northtoshore.com. Okay. Are you guys familiar with the actor Dennis Quaid?
Of course.
He came out in support of Trump on.
This is not Randy Quaid,
no.
folks. This is Dennis Quaid.
He came out in support of Trump on Piers Morgan's show. I'm just going to play a little bit of this. This is what he said when Piers asked him about it. This is cut 1. Phil, go.
What do you think of Trump?
I myself, I think I think I'm going to vote for him.
Really?
Yeah, in the next election. Yes, I am.
Are you ready for the blowback?
Well, yeah.
Which inevitably comes
well,
with Trump?
I think this election, everybody's got to, I think they're going to take a side or whatever, but it just seems to me, it just makes sense. I was ready not to vote for Trump until what I saw is more than politics. I see a weaponization of our justice system.
Yeah.
And a challenge to our Constitution, us as Americans, that I don't think we're going to have. And, Trump is the most investigated person probably in the history of the world. And they haven't been able to really get him on anything.
And this whole Stormy Daniels thing, to me, is so kind of pathetic. I mean, whatever happens, as we sit here now, that we're going to find out in a few days whether he's guilty or not guilty. I don't think it matters.
It doesn't.
If anything, if he's found guilty, it'll probably help him more.
Yeah, even the way you just said it made it seem like that trial, or guilty or not guilty, is about Stormy Daniels,
Right.
which it's not.
No, it's not.
And in fact, what is the crime? I still can't figure it out.
Well,
for the crime, neither can they, because they haven't said what it is. They took a misdemeanor that had run out of its time, and turned it trying to turn it into a felony, and. But they won't even say what that is.
Do you have to like Trump to vote for him?
No.
Do you like him personally?
Well, look, I was in the last campaign, and in 16 and in 20, I found myself going, "Oh, please don't do that. Please don't say that." It's like these things have come out of his mouth, and but. As president, the only thing I liked about Trump was everything he did.
Right.
What he did with Korea, with Rocket Baby, the way he defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. People don't even remember it happened so fast. How he stood up for us overseas, and China, and the way he responded to China. He stands up to people, and that's what makes him a leader, rather than what I kind of compare it to what was going on in Jimmy Carter's administration, where we're trying to be everybody's friend and pal. And there's some evil people and bad actors in this world. And so, people might call him but he's my
right. No,
I love that phrase. He might be an a-hole, but he's my a-hole. And speaking of bad actors, by the way, Dennis Quaid was in Jaws 3.
By the way, why is it that people who speak on screen for a living can't speak off the cuff?
It is really amazing.
Oh my God, it was painful.
He doesn't have a memorized script.
Just spit it out, brother.
I know that was long, somewhat painful.
Sorry.
But he talks about the stuff that Trump says, where you're at times you're like, oh, don't say that, and obviously that works against Trump in some respects, because some people won't vote for him because he says too much. But it's also the other side of the coin, where he says the stuff that a lot of people would like to say, and you don't say the quiet part out loud, and that grows his base and the attraction towards him. So it kind of works both ways in that regard.
By the way, I'd like to thank Dennis Quaid for
marrying Meg Ryan.
Coming on. No, is that Dennis Quaid?
I think he was married to Meg Ryan for like a decade.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Dennis Quaid for going on Piers Morgan show and saying that, because he's now officially done his last movie. He's not welcome in Hollywood anymore.
Yeah. He's getting towards his expiration date as well. He's got to be in his 70s by now.
Speaking of,
how many why do you say stuff like that? How old is Harrison Ford?
Thank you.
Who's awesome.
Yeah,
especially men in Hollywood, they go till they die.
Harrison Ford's washed.
No, Harrison Ford was in that Yellowstone prequel. That was awesome.
Doesn't move the needle for me.
Stop.
Speaking of washed-up actresses.
Yeah.
We're not, but I just wanted to segue.
Yeah.
Kate Blanchett. Do we know her?
Yeah, of course.
She's
award-winning.
She made this claim at some French thing that she was at. France. Cut 17 will go.
Look, I mean, I'm white, I'm privileged, I'm middle class, and I think one can be accused of having a bit of a white savior complex.
Yeah.
Wait, what is she worth? What does she have in the bank?
Middle class. She's worth an estimated worth of $95 million.
Well,
middle class.
When you factor in inflation, yeah, you haven't qualified for the middle. That's what is your big pet peeve about Bruce? Is that he always panders the everyman,
just a guy in the working class. Yeah.
Some of these people they live in an altered universe. Middle class. You don't know what it's like to be middle class. And by the way, I don't knock any of these people. I'm a capitalist. You make all the money. I don't begrudge any of these people. But at least have some sort of reality as to what you're saying. Middle class.
Well, she grew up in Australia. Maybe she grew up middle class. What does she mean by that?
Well, she's white and privileged
she's
and middle
pandering.
class.
Yeah.
Then say I grew up middle class.
Right.
Don't say I'm middle class because you're far from middle class.
Yeah,
Why doesn't she just say she's rich?
Yeah,
exactly.
I wonder what signs are in her front yard.
And all those dumb French people are like, oui, yes, middle class. Va 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 va.
As Al Bundy once said, "It is wrong to be French."
It is.
Shout out to the French, by the way. Love the French people.
All right, cut 26. I'm going to end with this, Nick Kayal, for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 on this Wednesday. This mother was arrested for shoplifting in front of her child. And boy, the mouth on this child, like we have problems here.
Good parenting, probably.
You want to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see this video, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Only had 136 likes today. I mean, only, but thank you for that. But we had way more people than that watching, so please hit the subscribe button and please hit the like button. Okay, cut 26, Phil, go. That's the little girl.
Oh, my.
What a mouth, huh?
Oh, my.
On this little princess.
A little sweetheart.
Yeah. Shoplifting.
Yep.
Did I steal from Mount Clear?
2 cops.
What classes did I steal? Thank you.
Stop recording it now! You should not be recording it without our permission.
Wow.
My aunt stole glasses. It wasn't her. Do she have a white T-shirt on? No. Leave my mother alone.
I don't have nothing though. This is crazy.
Oh, my dad, father. You know I had nothing. I'm gonna kill somebody, bro.
These poor cops, by the
Uh-huh.
way, they're just like, oh, God.
Yep, here we go, another one. Yep.
No, leave me alone.
Listen.
Look at the leeway they're giving this lady.
I know.
These cops are so petrified of their own shadows these days.
By the way, she told that cop she was going to punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Is she wearing her mom's shoes, or are her feet really that big?
I think those are DeSantis's.
By the way, sweetheart, not the daughter, the mother.
Yeah.
A dress probably not the best thing to be wearing.
Yeah,
with that shape.
Yeah, a little tight. Yeah, this
That's
is
sad.
This is
Sick.
This is bad parenting, right? Like, I mean, have I ever let an expletive fly in front of my daughters by accident? Yeah, I have. But this behavior, this is taught, this is learned, and you can just know. You just know 10 years from now.
Yep.
What's going to happen?
Yep.
That girl will get into some incident, and then you're going to have police interaction and then all the same nonsense we constantly go through in this country, where it's almost now like it's optional for you to comply with law enforcement.
We don't have a gun problem. We don't have this problem, that problem. We have a culture problem.
Yeah.
We really do. And it starts at home.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad. And, you know, these people it's this learned behavior of
Not a MILF. 91 LSX, or shame on you.
not a MILF. No.
That's a good way to wrap it up. No. All right, that'll do it. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Today in music history, Phil Almquist says he's got a little curveball to us today.
No,
so we look
no more
forward to that.
curveballs today.
I know.
I've had it with the curveballs.
I agree. So have the Phillies. And we'll also wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're thinking about that summer road trip, maybe you're thinking about a Piazza Premium automobile. How about that? You've been eyeing that luxury vehicle for a while now. Why not go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza? You know, they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from some of the most beautiful, powerful, sleek vehicles on the roadways today. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Check it out. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others. It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now. They're offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I can still remember me and Miss November rain.
9:51 Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company getting set to pass off the baton to Dawn Stensland. The Dawn Show 9 minutes from now, and we find out what she has lined up top of the hour.
Yeah, so Trump any minute now will arrive at the courthouse. He left Trump Towers about 25 minutes ago, so he'll arrive any minute. Judge Juan Merchan will instruct the jury, and then we go into deliberation. So I'll have a whole recap of what has happened, what's transpiring. If Trump speaks, we always take him right off the top, cold open. I want to just give you a heads up, traffic alerts. So get out of here ASAP, because we have two different motorcades, you guys, with the Veep, with Harris and Biden here.
What times?
Oh my God, it's. I was tracking what that would look like.
Yeah.
And so they are two different motorcades. I believe it's from noon to 5. It's going to be total gridlock.
Good.
Because Biden's going to stay for this event on Broad Street. I mean, so across, and then Girard College. So the entire area is going to we're going to have some real gridlock for about 5 hours. Sorry.
Feel good to be in Montgomery County today around noon.
Yeah. We'll talk to Tom Nichols, Broad and Liberty, and talk about life on the streets and in the woods. We will explain. And then welcoming back Congressman Wesley Hunt, who, yes, is from Texas.
I love Wesley.
Yeah. He's a great guy. He's been on before and just adding some perspective. So we'll try to mix it up a bit. There's a lot breaking, and there's a lot breaking with Down the Shore, what they're doing to combat the chaos.
Okay. Looking forward to that, as now we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Wednesday, May 29th, we celebrate the birthdays of Noel Gallagher from Oasis, Gary Brooker from Procol Harum, Mike Porcaro from Toto, and Blaze Bayley from Wolfsbane and Iron Maiden. We also lost B.J. Thomas on this day in 2021. Singles include James Taylor's You've Got a Friend from 71 and The Cars' Just What I Needed from 78. Albums include Crosby, Stills, and Nash's debut from 69, Private Dancer by Tina Turner in 84, and Hellbound by Warlock in 85. Love that band. Also, Brown Sugar by the Stones was number 1 on this day in 71. And 65, the Beach Boys was number 1 with Help Me Rhonda.
Yeah.
But lastly, I was actually inspired yesterday to do a top 5 song list based on our internet trolls and critics.
Uh-oh.
So here is that list. Number 5, Depeche Mode, People Are People.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, Ray Charles with Hit the Road, Jack. Number 3, Shinedown with Enemies. Love that band. Also, they're going to be at Music Fest this year. Can't wait. Number 2, Green Day with American Idiot. And my number 1 song based on our internet trolls and internet critics, Three Doors Down, Loser. For Kayal and Company. Have a great day. I'm Phil Almquist.
Look at that. A great day, a subdued today at the top, and the internet trolls and the critics. I might retire from Twitter today, folks. It could be it.
Speaking of internet trolls.
Yeah, let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Paul Gonzo wins Twitter. He says, thank you, Linda Kern's law firm.
Woo!
Greg, you are going to appreciate the extent of Elvis's talent. Next is Kid Rock. Oh, God.
I love it.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is their season, and they're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Island Punch smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 29th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as Karine Jean-Pierre would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.